Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular session of Solvang City Council for November 22nd. I'll adjourn the meeting. I will adjourn this meeting. Yes, I like that.
Okay.
I call the meeting to order at 6:30. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Marona. Here. Councilmember Thomas.
Here.
Mayor Urick.
Here. And would you please lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
Yes.
Salute and pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have no presentations or commendations this evening, so we'll go right to public communications. Madam Clerk, would you please read?
The council welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and consent agenda. Time limit is 3 minutes. We will start with the in-person public comment first.
And is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on any items that are not on the agenda or only on the consent agenda? In the back, please come forward.
Hi, Mayor Urick and City Council members. My name is Susan Lee, and I'm here just to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing in the Visitor Center since we started working in there. And first, I wanted to say thank you, just real quickly, for giving us the opportunity to serve Solvang again. It's been a lot of fun, and I just wanted to tell you that the public seems to really be responding to the new things we're doing in there. Dean is playing the accordion quite often, and the other night he was playing the accordion for just a couple who asked him to play a special song. And he said it was closing time, but before long he said the entire place was packed with people who had heard what was going on and came over to listen. So that's going really well, and so people are responding to the things we're doing. The Visitor Center is now decorated for Christmas. We went in there and finished last night. It looks really good. There's lots of Nisa in there, so if you want to come in and see it, looks great. I did have a question. I don't know if it's for all of you or for Madam City Manager. The lights on the pillars, I looked at them last night after we finished decorating, or half of them are out, so I don't know if they could either take them down or redo them. That would be great. If we need to do that, we would be happy to do that. Next Saturday, actually this coming Saturday, we are starting the candlelight tours. We're really excited about that. We've had a great response on them. They sold out before Halloween even, so things are really moving with that, and we're really excited. We're also going to be bringing a little bit of more music, live music. We're trying to, right next to the Visitor Center during the Christmas time, with some great live Christmas music. And then I do have another question about our private Santa meet and greet, which we will be doing in the Visitor Center at the end of the tours. And we're just wondering if, when we bring them back to the Visitor Center for the meet and greet, if we are allowed to let the visitors and Santa take off their mask just for the picture. If that's a policy that we're allowed to do, I don't know. It's something to think about, right? Yes, it's a little confusing. And then also, as far as when we take them on the tour down Copenhagen Drive, I know Copenhagen still has the sandwich boards with the mask requirements, and so we're wondering if we need to also tell them that they need to have their masks on, and if we need our masks on, so if that's something we can address too.
My feeling would be that we would need to have them. with masks on.
Okay, as long as we're on
Yes.
Copenhagen, right?
Well, no, I mean, that's kind of the county mandate. but
Outside,
Well, that's what I was just gonna ask you,
Yeah.
because if it's outside, I think that can change it, but if
the
you're
Santa part
inside.
will be inside, but we'll be doing the tour, most of it's all outside. Then we
Okay.
come back and have Santa, we'll be just bringing in one group at a time, like one little family comes in the visitor center to meet Santa, and then they'll go out in the next group, so we won't be, we won't have a whole bunch of people in there, but, so, I don't know.
I mean, I guess for me, it's the space. I mean, I know, like, I work in courts, so everyone that comes in, walking through the door, if you're inside, it's a mask requirement.
Yeah, sure,
So whether or not they're related or not, it really doesn't matter.
okay.
I don't think the requirement's outside though.
Yeah, but she's asking for the
Yeah,
inside.
there is the sandwich board on Copenhagen still that says group masks are required, so we just want to make sure we're doing the right thing, and we're doing it the way we're supposed to.
I think until further notice, I would probably go with a mask and not,
Inside.
maybe if they wore a Zorro mask along with that, ease a little bit of that.
Okay, well, that's it for us. I just wanted to thank you again, and we will continue to do our best to serve Solvang and give our guests some great memories and moments here.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report. I did have a question though.
Yes.
On the lighting that you're talking about,
Yes.
is it like the street lamp type lighting?
On-
Because that's PG&E for us.
No, it's the actual twinkle lights that are wrapped around the
Around
pillars.
Of the building itself.
And I took some pictures last night, like half of them are just out.
Okay.
So it would look
Mayor,
even
if you're
better
interested.
without any.
I think they were on the agenda to get, or on the schedule to get replaced. wasn't they?
That one was not, but now that I'm aware, yes,
Oh.
maintenance can take care of that.
Okay.
And replace those, we have
Okay.
those available. As far as the masks on the inside, yes, the Santa Barbara County restrictions apply, and technically there is no waiver for taking a photo, unlike for food
Okay.
or drink. But the sandwich boards outside on Copenhagen are just there from when COVID started. We haven't removed those, they're just extra caution, but there is no legal requirement on Copenhagen to have masks on.
Okay, that's perfect. That's what I needed to know. So thank you very much for that
If you
clarification.
bring glasses of Aquavit, I
Yeah,
guess.
but they just go down so fast.
Yeah, if I may make a suggestion.
Yeah,
Yeah, the visitor center makes a beautiful backdrop for pictures.
yeah.
And obviously, you know your logistics better than I do. I would strongly suggest finding a way to make the meet and greet happen outside, just because 99% of the people are very reasonable, and if the venue says masks are required, they will keep them on. But for a lot of the staff, it becomes very awkward and frustrating to have to enforce masks on the people that don't wanna comply with that. So it might just make it a lot easier if somehow you make it work outside, and
Maybe-
then you don't have to worry about that
Yeah.
enforcement.
Well, the reason we moved the meet and greet to that area is because it is private, and we do have so many people when they see Santa all want to come, and these people have paid for their time with them, so we want to make sure it is private. But maybe they could step outside for the picture or something, but we'll make sure.
Yeah, it might be worth, just checking with the county and say, hey, this is a thing that we wanna do, and they might,
Okay.
have a better idea of how to deal with that.
Well, we will definitely comply with what we're supposed to, so thank you for all the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Are there any other comments that the public would wish to make that are in-house right now? Seeing none, we can go out to Zoom. And is there anyone wishing to speak that's on Zoom or on the telephone on items that are not on the agenda or that are just on the consent calendar? And going through what I have here, it looks like everyone else is going to be speaking on items on the agenda, at least from what I'm seeing here on the speaker slip. So bring it back. We'll go now to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We will have an actual item on the agenda to discuss the Yule Fest program in more detail later in the agenda, but just To remind everybody of the program and to highlight a couple of events that are coming up pretty soon, we'll be kicking off the program really full force with the tree lighting ceremony on December 3rd at 5 o'clock, and then it will be followed on the following day with the Yule Fest parade, which will take place on December 4th. Once again, reminding everybody and providing with more details on the community workshop number 3. This is the Alternative Choices Community Workshop, which will be taking place on January 13 at from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. This will be in-person type of event where there would be different stations and opportunities for the community to learn about the alternative choices, have a discussion with staff and with our consultants, and provide their input. So the Alternative Choices report will be published by December 20th on the dedicated website, which is www.plansolving.com. Continue to encourage everybody to go ahead and sign up for notifications to constantly be receiving any notices through that website about anything that has to do with the general plan update. You see a photo of a flyer here, so we'll be reaching out to businesses and places around town to place this flyer for us so that people can be aware of the fact that this is happening, and we are looking for everybody's input on that. We'll also be using social media and different postings to just kind of grab the community's attention. So these are a couple of examples, for example, that we'll be sending out through social media, just asking questions that this really is supposed to answer. So, for example, is sewing unattainable for your children? Where is the new housing appropriate in the community? And we have some other examples just to highlight some of the issues and discussions that this process is really meant to address. Just a reminder that the next Planning Commission will be taking place on December 6th at 6 p.m. The Tourism Advisory Committee is on December 2nd at 9 a.m. That is a change in schedule, so it will be a morning meeting now. And the next Design Review Committee will be taking place on December 16th at 5. Once again, reminding everybody that the water restrictions for stage 2 are in effect, and we began the first bill went out in October with those additional charges and penalties being applied, and then the second one will be going out in November. Advanced calendar. I must say that there is another busy meeting that we are looking at in December. This is the last meeting of this calendar year. So we'll start by providing you with a quick update on the modified city operations under COVID-19. As you know, it is planned per direction to reopen Copenhagen as of beginning of February, but we also still allow some of the other businesses in other areas to operate outside. So we'll just have a little update and get some direction how to address that. The TRC sign management, that would be an item that's a continuation of kind of the current work product through our marketing and creating that brand. So with negotiation of the next contract with IDK or Thompson Marble, which they have now joined, we'll be talking about actual implementation of that brand and new signs potentially. So the recommendations for that design of signs and an update will be taken to the TAC and the DRC before it comes to council, and then we'll bring you an update. Parking improvements is just an intermediary step for any quick steps that we can take now, and then a more comprehensive addressing of parking needs through the general plan update. The employee handbook is moved to December 13th. That's needing an update and a rollout. And then we have the City Code Ordinance Amendments, Title 11. That will include the organizational structure and any code clarifications. Really clarifying the roles between the Planning Commission and the Design Review Committee. So we took some preliminary recommendations to the Design Review Committee last week. Next step will be going to the Planning Commission and then eventually to you for your final approval. We'll also have the IT services contract approval, which currently expires December 31st. We'll have a water system emergency plan, which you just need to accept. That's a requirement by the state. This construction contracts for Second Street drainage improvements. There will be an item requesting a letter of support for the Chumash Sanctuary. And finally, we'll have an update, which would be an overall update on the scope and the work that IDK has performed over the past 6 months under their current contract. I'm just going to go on a little bit further today just to give us a look forward, reminding everybody that the December 27 meeting was canceled. That is right after Christmas and before the New Year's. On January 10, we'll have a fairly light agenda. It will be financially focused, so you will receive the comprehensive annual financial report, which is the audited statements for last fiscal year for 2021. And then I'll also have an update for the purchasing and budget policy and the grant funding policy, which is the policy for grant applications for the following financial plan. In January, we have some of the water items shifted. River Wells addendum is going to be coming to you in January. We received an extension from the hearing officer. The wastewater treatment plant phase 3, it will potentially be coming to you depending on some of the discussion and direction that we may receive today from the utility rate study first discussion. Also have the sewer master plan update and a tentative consultant agreement for the sewer line replacement project, which is also pending the discussion today. And then we'll have the standard standing stormwater management annual report and the fiscal year 21-22 current year financial report and any budget adjustments that we would recommend. Then just to remind everybody that at the last council meeting, you decided and approved a plan for the financial plan development. So we'll have a TBD, a date to pick in February to hold the first workshop for the financial plan development and to receive public input. And then in February, on February 14th, we have the general plan update, alternative choices, report back from the community workshop to you council. And I put the I love solving there because it's going to be Valentine's Day, so I think that's very appropriate. And then, of course, we'll have another to be decided date to pick in February for a workshop for actual goal settings for your next financial plan development. And that concludes my report.
All right, are there any questions of the report? I just had a couple of questions, just clarification. The meetings are for, all three of our committees are here, not anything at the Vets Hall, the TAC, planning, and DRC meetings are here.
Yes, all of the
Council chambers.
OPAC, DRC, and yes, Plan Commission is here.
And to further clarify, I think the Chumash, Sam will be here, Mr. Cohen will be here to do a little presentation on that. It's specifically, that's the marine sanctuary, not a sanctuary that's on land. It's actually out in the channel. So just to clarify that further for you. All right. So with no questions of the staff report, item 3, council comments. Is there any council members that wish to comment at this time?
Well, quickly, I attended the Econ Alliance webinar this afternoon, and there were the results of a survey that had been done through businesses, and it was presented, broken out into agriculture, manufacturing, IT, and another section I forget. It was a very interesting report. The recording will be up in a couple of days. The full written report will be out December 3rd. It can be looked at on the econalliance.org website. So that is available to anybody that wants to take a look at that. There was some very interesting data on there with regard to what's holding up your business, how are you doing, where are you going, why aren't you doing better, kind of questions. Solvang was the second largest number of people that contributed to that questionnaire. So just to let everybody know about that. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there any other staff reports or anything? I guess I'll just go into mine here then. Attended a few meetings, but before I get to the meeting part, just reminding everyone, this Friday, we have the turkey trot. So, Solvang Parks and Rec out at Sunny Fields at 10 a.m. Friday right after we eat everything, so it's a 5K, you can walk it, you can run it. Most people come with their families and just kind of peruse around there, it's pretty nice. So that'll be happening Friday morning at Sunny Fields at 10 a.m. And then on Saturday starts the beginning, not just of Yule Fest, but also for the Chamber, the Solvang Small Business Saturdays. So hopefully to try to shop local, just remind everyone about that. And not only do we have our tree lighting and Christmas parade going to be talked about, but Hidden Wings, which is a facility here that's in Solvang for children with, well, I shouldn't say children anymore. They are children for some of us, but adults, young adults with special needs. They have put together a night before Christmas, Saturday, December 4th at 4 p.m. That will be out at St. Mark's in the Valley at Stacy Hall. And it's presented by the Hidden Wings Thespians. So that should be an interesting production. Looking forward to that. Also, People Helping People on Sunday, December 5th at 6 p.m. we'll be putting on The Voices of Romance by the Opera of Santa Barbara. So it's there's an opportunity to purchase tickets to benefit People Helping People and the social services that they do for the Valley here. And it will be held in Solvang at Leonardo's Ristorante. So check that out. Let's see, in addition, with the food numbers at Bethania and the food bank, for November 9th, the numbers were up a little bit. There were 213 households served, 834 individuals, and the comment that Linda Marzullo said was that they actually ended on time, even with more households than the week before. So thank you again to all the volunteers that help out with that. Last week on the 16th, the numbers were up again from the 9th, and so there was 259 households served, 1,015 individuals, 26 first-time households that were served that day as well, so thank you again. Saturday, November 13th, I was honored to be asked to be in the Veterans Day Parade at San Ynez, so I was able to participate in that. I hope some or all of you took part in honoring our veterans with all the festivities that started on Thursday, November 11th, all the way through the weekend. So that was fun. I was up there with Sheriff Brown in the back of a Jeep in front of a wolf. So, and let's see, that's on that. And then just, I attended an SBCAG meeting last week, and there were some items of note. They wanted to, they brought the highlights of the 2020 consensus for Santa Barbara County, which we had an increase of 5.7% for the entire county, up to 448,229 persons. The proportion is, the proportion of Santa Barbara County's population, though, relative to the state population, has actually declined. However, the cities of Solvang and Guadalupe experienced the largest percentage population increase between 2010 and 2020. We had a 16.8% increase of people that wanted to live in Solvang, and Guadalupe had a 13.8%. And city of Santa Barbara had the smallest percent increase of 0.3. So I think we're heading always in the right direction. It's kind of nice to hear. As far as persons per household, there was an increase there for the city of Guadalupe. They have the highest average number of persons per household at 3.91, and Solvang is the lowest at 2.34 persons per household. And countywide, the proportion of Hispanic Latino population grew 4.1%. It's now at 47% for our entire county. So that's for the census. And then in addition, they presented numbers from Measure A, and this past year, even given the pandemic, which started off, the funds were not really coming in, it really turned around overall, not just for us, but for the entire California. And we went and grew at, got more than 4.8 million, which was a nearly 50% difference from June of 2020. And just as an FYI for our public works and for our city staff, if we're expecting to do any type of grants or anything there, we need to submit our applications for projects to SBCAG by February 28th of next year. So just a little reminder there for that. One little thing, being that Councilmember Infante had brought up about electric bikes, 3CE, which is who we have here in Solvang, they have a program called Electrify Your Bike, Electrify Your Ride. It's launched, and they're offering rebates for new electric bikes that were purchased between October 1 of this year through November 15 of next year, 2022. The base rebate is up to $500 per bike, and income qualified residents can qualify for a rebate of up to $1,000. So there's an additional $100 rebate with proof of purchase from a bike store that you purchased it from that was located within the 3CE service territory. So it sounds like Amazon purchases of electric bikes won't work. We want to try it again. Take care of our local guys, you know. So, and then the other main thing going along with Econ Alliance is that as a whole, Santa Barbara County has now joined to do the countywide broadband plan, which we approved last week, our share of it. So hopefully that will help out with internet service to other folks and for us here in our area. And I think that wraps up all that I have for right now. Get rid of this paper. And sorry about that. Moving on to the consent agenda, item number 4. Madam Clerk, would you please read this out?
The consent agenda is designed for routine administrative city matters and is approved by roll call vote with one motion. These items are discussed only on the request of council members. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak on consent agenda items during the public communications portion of this agenda. Items for consent agenda are A, approval of agenda as presented. B, approved minutes of the regular meeting of November 8th, 2021. C, approved warrant register for the month of October 2021. D, for second reading, adopt by title only of ordinance number 21-0353, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Solvang, California, amending Chapter 2 of Title 5 and Section 10-1-1 of Title 10, Chapter 1, and adding Chapter 6 to Title 10 of the Solvang Municipal Code to address mandatory organic waste disposal reduction requirements and making a determination of exemption under CEQA. Item E, approve a letter of public convenience or necessity to alcohol beverage control for Santa Ynez Market, Inc., 1714 Mission Drive, and authorize the city manager to execute on behalf of the city.
Do any council members have any items that they would like to pull from the agenda?
I just have one question on,
Okay, Councilmember Thomas.
for you on the ABC request for 1714 mission, is that still active? The request?
The request is active, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Don't we need a planning commission ruling on that?
So The reason this is on consent agenda is because, as report states, on August 23rd, 2020, City Council direction back then was to bring all ABC license requests for City Council approval, so that's why it's in front of you. It was a prior City Council direction. We have not gone through the application process with them yet because they wanted to make sure that they can get their ABC license okayed before they spend the money developing the project. So this is coming before the project application.
So we're gonna tell them that if they get the process done properly, if they apply and everything's done right, then they can have their alcoholic license.
Correct. So the ABC licenses can be, approved and commented on at staff level. This was a prior council's direction from 2010 to have the ABC licenses come before council for approval, I think in light of just health and safety and, saturation of alcohol, how many licenses are where. So that's the consideration, not the project itself.
Are we on a time constraint for that?
The applicant has been resistant to submit an application without having an okay with the ABC license. So that property has been vacant for a while, and we have somebody interested in moving forward with having a market there.
So to give you guys the rundown, this particular kind of application is an off-sale license. So it's similar to what would be at a liquor store. They're gonna be selling closed containers. It's not the kind of license where they're gonna be drinking in that particular area. It's more like a market.
They call that an off-sale according to the document in here. It's sold
Offsite.
to take off the facility. It's
Right,
not-
Right. So they would buy, whole bottles or cases and take them for consumption home. I find it very interesting that the previous council decided to bring it up for approval, but not as a public hearing. Because something like, even though anybody has the opportunity to make their input if they feel like this kind of license is not appropriate. If you go on the premises, it says, they do the new application poster and where to call if anybody has a problem with it.
Well, they can do that during the planning commission meetings, I presume, when they get their permits.
That one, I think you go directly to the state. The state handles
For
liquor licenses, yeah. I'm guessing, the planning department will still have a say on whether they think it's appropriate or not, even if ABC says that, and we say, yes, you can have your license there. And those licenses are expensive. They can cost anywhere from $1,200 if you're opening a little wine bar to maybe $35,000 if you are opening a full bar. So it's understandable that they would want us to, that they would want to know if we're okay with it before going on with the plan.
Pretty large building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I almost feel like I'd like to just pull this from this for right now for more discussion.
I agree.
Because I know in reading the application, it's already noted that there's 5 establishments right on Mission Drive that sell alcohol for this same type of purpose. And I'm guessing it's gonna be something similar to what they have right now in San Ynez, at the San Ynez Market there, in SY Burrito. And it also says that there's more saturation, it's oversaturated on that drive. To me, I would love to see someone in that building,
Yeah.
but I don't see, and then that's just me for right now. But I'd like to pull item E for maybe further discussion down.
I'll second that.
Okay, before you guys do that, just so you know, anybody that wants to open a beer and wine place in town can go to ABC, say that it's a tourist town, there's a need for that, and file their application without having to go through this kind of process. The applicant might feel kind of picked on if we wanna, bring it up for discussion, when for selling, alcoholic products that are not meant to be consumed on the premises, when anybody else could open a place downtown and not go through much problem. And I would imagine that having a place that serves alcohol to be consumed on the premises has a higher chance of being a nuisance than a place that sells them to be taken away. But I do like the idea of giving the public a chance to comment on it. It might be better than, approving it and finding out later that somebody thinks it's not okay, so.
I think for me, I would rather have it be just like a regular agenda item where it can come before everyone and everyone really gets an opportunity to look at it. A lot of people just kind of go through the consent agenda and don't really look at it. And I'd like to give the public an opportunity to yay or nay it, if
Sure, so
to
is
actually
the,
have it
is the
on it
motion-
as an agenda item, as opposed to on the consent agenda.
of course, so is the motion to move this item to the next council agenda?
I would, and make it an
As a
agenda
regular
item.
business item?
As a regular item.
Okay, so we have the first and second on this item, 4E.
Do we have a second? Do we have a motion?
You second it.
Good, okay, roll call.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Marona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurick.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-0.
thank you. And then back to the minutes, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. On page 8 of the minutes, it's talking about the decision, and I wanted to make sure it was clarified that it was past council that made a decision. And it's this city council that's making the second part of the decision. It makes it look like we're doing both decisions, and I just want to clarify that the decision was made by past council.
On page 8?
On page 8.
Just to clarify. Is it in the middle of the,
Let me get there real quick. On where it says what I said, that you added that city council was seeking more information. Yeah, where did it go? That was what I thought. I think that's what it was. Well, it's not looking like what I remember reading, but maybe I'll just leave it as is. Have it on page 8. is what I have. And then also, on page 11 was item 10. Just wanted to clarify that there was no internet at that time as well, but we needed to proceed due to time constraints. That we actually made a decision and not able to have public comment. I want to make sure, we're gonna hear about it, I want to hear about it the right way, and that we did that based on time constraints, and it's now coming before again tonight. And then item 11 was tabled due to no internet availability for public comment and participation. I wanted to clarify that that was the reason why, that it just wasn't that we just stopped the meeting. Other than those, I just want to clarify that a little bit for everyone.
we can make those modifications to item 10 and 11?
Yeah, thank you. Other than that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda from item 4A to 4D?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Marona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right. We have no public hearings, so now moving on to the regular business agenda. We need to, Madam Clerk, would you please read title, item 5?
Item number 5, Senior Center request of the City of Solvang to support the new center building. Solvang Senior Center requests that the City of Solvang consider supporting the new center building project by A, waiving rent for the American Legion wing at Veterans Hall for the use of the senior center during construction, B, $60,000 to help fund the transition, C, waiver of city fees associated with new construction such as water, sewer hookup fees, building permits.
Right.
Thank you. I'll briefly introduce the item, and we have, I think, quite a few representatives of the
Yes.
senior
I
center
have,
here.
I have a number of speaker slips.
Number of speakers.
And I have them in an order that's marked, so I'm hoping that's the order you're all wanting it to go in, or is it just the order that I received them? So I have them in the order that I received them. I hope that'll work for the way you would like to make your comments.
Okay, so the summary of the request, which was submitted by the senior center to the city, is three-pronged. The first one is, request is during construction to allow the senior center temporary space and the use of the Veterans Hall American Legion wing, along with the kitchen. They have specific hours that they're requesting, which are during the daytime frame, and also so it's from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for their senior center activities, and then also one evening per month. So generally speaking, that could be discussed with the veterans groups, and I believe that does not create a direct conflict. There are some recreation programs that do take place in that space, so those will be potentially misplaced. There may be some synergy with creating more senior programs for the recreation department, but that space would be potentially misplaced for some other recreation programs. The second ask is for $60,000 to help fund the transition, so those would be different logistical type of fees, for example, rent for a temporary office, takedown, kind of moving expenditures, storage equipment, signage, and some temporary employee help for that transition. And then the last request is to waive all city fees associated with the new construction, such as water, sewer, hookup fees, and building fees. So this one is really difficult to ascertain without an actual project being in front of the city, because we don't know what all fees will apply at the time. There will be planning, building, water, sewer, potential impact fees. And impact fees may be a little bit more tricky to waive just from equal applications to the community. So staff's recommendation would be that that last request you can discuss in concept, but we would bring back more detailed recommendations at some future time when the project is actually in front of us. So that is the request. That concludes my report. We have representatives of the senior center, and staff is also available for any questions.
So, are there any questions of the staff report right now?
Just one thing, you had, excuse me. You had item B up there for $60,000, and that is broken out in the text by an element 2. And it talks about all the rent, startup, takedown, additional storage. Are all of those numbers valid in your mind?
This is the estimate from the senior center that they think they would need in order for them to deal with all the logistics of temporarily moving out and then moving back into a new building. I think it's reasonable from just scanning it, but I also don't have all the details about the project, how long really their construction is going to take. Is it 1 year or something else different? But I would say that it's a modest enough budget for the move.
Okay.
Any other questions? Did you have any? I had just a couple of concerns. So, with what we already have booked from the recreation department, not just for programs, but for people that might have weddings and things. How is that gonna work out? And what is the evening, the once a month for the dinners on Wednesday nights? And is that gonna take place in the large hall or in the small hall? Everything for you guys is gonna be specifically in the Legion Wing? Legion Wing, okay. And has there been any discussion for Ellen, Ms. Albertoni, to have use of the, what is the 4th Agricultural District office? Because I think that's now empty. For her to maybe utilize that as an office?
I believe they're looking for a much larger space to basically migrate their programs. And obviously you can ask.
Well, I was just meaning for her to have for her office.
Oh,
not
for
not
her
for the whole
office.
program.
Yes, there's probably space that we could provide for her.
That's a pretty good size
for her
office,
correct.
actually.
Yes.
It's probably 3 times bigger than your current office. Just a thought, all right? And then, again, with the recreation programs, how is that gonna work with what is already being scheduled and planned? I know it's gonna, somebody's gonna have to give a little bit of something.
Right, so this is not clear yet, and I think it's a question for the senior center representatives here, when this construction is actually going to begin. We obviously, if this is a priority and this is your council policy discretion as to how to prioritize that space, we have a senior center here with the needs, and we also have recreation programs, which obviously if this was a priority and this is a direction that you wanted us to work on, then we would work with recreation staff to see if there is any different space that we could find for those recreation programs.
Okay. And then, I'm assuming that with us waiving fees, that the electrical and heating that would be used to keep those rooms warm, that does add up, especially because they're not, especially when the doors are open. That would be something that we'd all need to consider. It adds on to the fiscal,
Yeah, not to cut in, I'd kind of like to hear their presentation and then
yeah.
get into those questions.
So, those are just some of the questions I had related to that. With that, public comment, I have speaker slips, and the first one is Jim Richardson.
Thank you. To answer a couple of those questions, the agricultural office would substitute for a trailer for us. We had planned on renting a trailer as an office space. We're in need of office space, and so if that's available, I'm sure we could use that instead.
Yeah.
And in fact, if it's large enough, it could allow us additional storage area too.
And there is storage underneath,
Is there? Oh,
so that underneath the stage, so just so
Yeah,
everybody's aware of that. Quite a bit, actually.
that's where the chairs are stored.
And being in a drought, we don't have to worry about the flooding.
And regarding the electric and water bills, we would be willing to adjust or to aid in the purchase of payment of that. Let's assume that there's an average water bill or an average electric bill, and we would increase that, we would pay that difference, so.
Thank you.
Well, I'm here representing the Senior Center Board as a board president. I'm here to remind you why we're here and what we're going to do. But first, let me introduce you to some members of the center. And I want you to introduce these folks here. If you'd all stand. These are the people that use the center, among the people. Thank you. What we're going to do is replace an aging temporary transportable modular building with the wheels still on it, and nobody knows how old it really is, but it's put in place before the city was incorporated, almost 40 years ago. It'll be replaced by a well-thought-out building that has twice as many square feet as the current one we have. We expect the building will be used not only as a place for seniors, but as a place where youth can mingle with seniors, otherwise a community center. Why are we doing it? We serve the entire village with a membership of over 600 dues-paying members. Approximately 1/3 of the residents of the community are seniors, with many of them living alone. And Charlie, you brought up the population or households in the city is the lowest in the county, which appears to me to be there's a lot of single people or alone people living by themselves. And many of those are elderly. As the population grows, we expect our membership to grow. Once we complete the building, we'll expand the work we do by serving seniors in the broader Sandy Ynez Valley community through our programs and activities. Regarding use of the American Legion wing of the Vets Hall, we believe a precedent has been set by allowing the use of those facilities by the Boys and Girls Clubs for almost a year. We expect to start demolition toward the end of next year and expect the construction to last about a year. During that time, we'll need office space and storage facilities, including cold storage. And your support will go a long way into helping us construct a place that will make the city proud. I have a whole bunch more stuff I could read. I think you get the gist. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I appreciate addressing some of those concerns.
Thank you, Charlie.
And next, Ellen Albertoni.
Thank you very much, Mayor Charlie, and the rest of the council for allowing us to come forward to you and speak. Once again, every year we meet you, and that's usually for our grant requests. So we've had a lot has been covered. Thank you very much for covering everything in regards to what we're doing. But what I would like to bring forward to you that's some very important aspects of our project is it's just not facts and figures. This is humanity, and these are our people, and we love to have our seniors and the rest of the community to be able to grow and move forward. It's what they deserve is a beautiful new building. It's not just what we want, just not what would be nice, but really what they deserve. And looking back in our scrapbooks, back to like 1976 or 78 when this project started, our building, the real concern and the real community emphasis started in 1982. And there was $100,000 raised by 300 community members in 1982 to have that building put in place. And all of the utilities, hookups, and everything, and at that time we weren't a city yet. Everything was forgiven. All of the local laborers, all of the local business organizations, plumbers, and so forth came together to make sure that that building happened. And so it is for our community, and I hope that you will support what we have going on, and that you will support that it's going to be a community project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Appreciate all the work you do there as well. Henry Haux.
Oh. Must be taking us out of order.
Was there a better order? You were number 3 on my list, so.
Oh, really? Oh, great. Because I'm Henry Housey. I live here in Solvang on Odin Way. And my wife and I are relatively new members of the Senior Center, but we've really enjoyed our participation in their facilities and their programs. And I agree with the 2 previous speakers, and I'll agree with the rest of the speakers that I urge you to vote and approve this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Number 4, Kathleen Campbell.
Good evening to all of you. My name is Kathleen Campbell, and I'm a property owner in Solvang. I don't live here. I'm on the steering committee, but most importantly, I'm Willie Campbell's daughter. So you have no doubt why I'm here tonight, frankly. My mom devoted her time to 2 community activities almost exclusively, besides working. First was the public service she was privileged to do on behalf of Solvang and our broader community. She knew that local government was the best version of government, to do measurable good in a community, to understand its residents, to assess their needs, and to make investments to improve lives. The other flip side for her was she cared deeply about seniors, and she stood up here regularly to remind people about the Solvang Senior Center, focusing on programs and activities that promote healthy aging to maintain independence, what we all want. I'm proud to say she was the poster child for what it looks like to be an active senior. You guys are all in that category, except Claudia. And what that looks like is being engaged in your community, working locally to make the world a better place. And for many in this room who knew her, she spent a lot of time persuading you to participate more, to do more, and to really see the value both of community service and the value of the seniors in our community. The community, the valley as a whole, and Solvang proper, built the hospital and the library in the 1960s. We built Theater Fest in the 1970s. We built the YMCA in the 1990s and Sunnyfields Park in 2005. Those investments have become integral part of our valley, and we can hardly imagine what our community would be like without them. The same will be true when the new center is completed and opens operation. Building a new center is going to make Solvang a better town in which to live, a place where seniors continue to engage and contribute their wisdom to build a stronger community. It's going to make more Willie seniors to enrich our community and our lives and provide a great new community space. We're doing a heavy lift, raising $3 million to build a new building in this town. So I'm asking you, on behalf of Willie Campbell, to be the best kind of public servants tonight that you can be. Do what you can, do as much as you can to make this investment in your community that's going to pay dividends for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I still remember her driving around in that top down in the red Mustang. Yeah, I love it. And I think that's all I have for speaker slips. Is there anyone else in the audience without a speaker slip that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll move out to, looks like Stephen Brown. Is that the name? Can't tell. Mr. Brown, can you hear us?
Yes. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, City Council members and staff, and everyone attending both virtually and in person. My name is Steve Brown. I'm a senior citizen, a member of the Solvang Senior Center, and a strong supporter of the initiative to build a new senior center. You know, there are a lot of good reasons for you to support the senior center. I'm just going to talk about one, which can be summed up in a single word: respect. Not, however, in the sense you might be assuming. Let me explain. When I and my then partner moved here in 2014, we soon joined the senior center. When she and I went our separate ways in 2015, I moved to an apartment across the street from the center. It became kind of a life preserver for me. Soon after, I joined a weekly cartooning class given at the senior center, one of the many activities there. There were 5 or so core members and a few occasional ones. I soon came to know that one of the core members and I were very much at odds around a number of topics, from climate change to immigration to who deserved our vote. We were about as far apart as we could be. One day words were exchanged and I just stalked out of the building. But I came back to the cartooning class, and over time, I came to respect the guy. Now, where I was completely new to drawing, let alone cartooning, he was a master. And he was such a sense of humor about it. I came to deeply respect him as a husband, as a father, as a war veteran, and as a fellow old guy. Now, I continue to have little respect for some of his opinions, but I came to respect him. And that's important. And it's important that there are places like the Senior Center for that to happen, where opinions and votes, backgrounds, and sensibilities can differ widely, but where civility and respect are shared equally by all who show up. You know, going forward, Solvang and the Valley will continue to face challenge and change, from water to wildfire, from land use to high rents, to demographics and new industry. And it will require negotiation and compromise, fueled in no small way by respect. So I believe a vote to support the new Senior Center is a vote to invest in the civil life of our town, to invest in community and our shared future. Thank you.
Very well said, thank you. Is there anyone else out there that would wish to speak this time? Or on the phone? I don't see any. All right, bring it back to council. For any discussion? Comments?
You're requesting $60,000, are you requesting that all at one time, or is that something that could be spread out over a period of time?
Technical question.
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit front-loaded.
Tom, go ahead.
It needs to be a little bit front-loaded because if we have to rent a trailer in storage, a lot of those things, when you rent a trailer, you rent the trailer on an annual basis, but you can pay over time. But there's a lot of setup charges, almost as much as the trailer. So I would say at least half of it up front, and the rest of it spread over the year.
Speaking of the trailer, are you looking at like what those office type trailers?
Yes, that's what we're looking for, but if you have a good alternative, we'll certainly look at that. That sounds very exciting.
Good. That's all, has all the facilities they need.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, well,
So we'll look at
there's
the
a lot of
alternatives.
things to consider on that, yeah.
That'd be good, we can cut that cost down and make it reasonable. Questions? Okay.
That's all I have for right now. Or any other questions?
Jim Richardson mentioned there's been a precedent. We helped out the Boys and Girls Club by allowing them to use the facilities while they needed them for their daycare / after school program. And so the facilities have been used for a particular organization in their time in need. We don't have an estimate on how much that would be. I think we could speak with Parks and Rec staff and see what is available, what works better, and I'm sure the folks at the Senior Center would be willing to cooperate so that we can come up with a way to benefit everybody. I would just ask it that once that your center is completed, that you pay it forward. These are facilities that are not only gonna benefit the Senior Center as an organization, but I'm sure if available, they will also be there for other groups to use them as well. I can think, for example, in emergencies when you need cooling surgeons or warming centers or things like that, that would benefit the community as a whole, not just this particular organization. So, this would not only be an investment on the Senior Center as an organization, but the community at large. I would just ask that you folks pay it forward, and if you're ever in a position to help another group that needs it too, do it as well.
I mentioned the community center.
Yes.
That's actually not, that's a really good idea, because there may be just out there. There may be some type of grants or funding available for something if it could be used as an emergency. You know, like right now, the Vets Hall is considered our emergency center for Solvang, but if we could augment that with something at the senior center, there may be funds available from Red Cross and some other things such as that could help with that. So, just throwing that out there.
Let me follow up on the question that Jim asked. And the comment was that they need to be front-loaded, the 60,000. But we don't start until December of next year. So when is the money actually needed?
It's going to be needed before we actually turn the first spade of dirt.
Sure, but
Would you like me to come up?
If anyone that does want to answer a question, if you could come up so everyone could hear it,
yeah.
that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, we're going to have funds prior to the actual first turning of the shovel. You know, it's going to be demolition funds and those sorts of things. We have got a good response to our fundraising, and we do have enough funds available for start of the construction. But your help your contribution would help us immensely in going forward, you know, so.
Well, I'm thinking of fiscal year funding. And our next fiscal year, our fiscal year ends in June. So the next fiscal year, so we're talking about September, October, or something like that.
22-23 fiscal year.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay. So we can put that into the budget.
Yeah, that's correct. You have plenty of time to do that. That's why we've come before you as early as we have, you know.
You know, you ought to be on the city council.
I have to tell you, I'm sitting back here knowing why I got on there in the first place. Because I could hardly hold myself. Speaking of that, just as an aside, in restaurants, you're allowed to take down your mask to eat. I'm wondering if Santa Claus could give the kids a sucker so that they could take their mask down and get their picture taken.
And if he had one also.
That's right.
If you gave them the little chocolates that said, elect
So
Jim
pull down their
Richardson
mask.
for mayor.
You know, he ought to be in politics.
No, thank you.
Alan, come on.
Hi, Alan Hitt on the steering committee. If I can just give you a little 1 minute overview. We are in the process right now of preparing, if I can get the right applications, for the pre-application for design approval with the city, along with the, not BAR,
BDC.
yes,
DRC.
approval. We have, we're reviewing an architect's quote. We have them online to assist us with the application questions, and our designer. So we hope to have that put together in 2 weeks. We will submit that to the city, both simultaneously, to get the design approved. And we want to get a stronger feel where the architect is, the setbacks, zoning, etc., because we're on county land, so we're pushing the envelope on the setbacks per the county architect. So we want to get all that cleaned up. Then we will be able to answer most of your questions clearer on the time frame, but the square feet design acceptance by the city, hopefully, I don't know what your process is once we turn an application in, because I know you're short-staffed in planning. Is that gonna be a month? So
3 years.
so once we do that, then we'll be able to do the real accurate, more time frame of getting a general contractor and building it and finishing it. But I think your time frames are right on fiscal year 22-23 for the money.
That's,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. That's good to know. Maybe we can just get a consensus that we would support and put it on.
Was it a consensus, or do we have to make an motion?
It's completely, you can just go by consensus if you don't plan on approving anything today, and for example, have this go through the financial plan development and consider it at that time for actual approval.
I think that would be, I would like to recommend that we put that into the financial plan, the $60,000 into the financial plan for approval for our 22-23 budget.
And also work with Parks and Rec to figure out a way to, for them to coordinate
Yeah,
using the vets hall.
Right?
Yeah, because my question was related to, I had talked with Parks and Rec and asking about stuff that's already out there, but I think we were thinking it was gonna be imminent, like, in next year as opposed to the end of next year, so you're talking more all the programs, so there might be an opportunity to be able to not have the weddings, or, give them a lot of heads up. So there could still be a lot of things that happen all through the summer over there. Would that be a fair statement?
So,
Kathleen, please.
One of the things I think that we said in the submittal is that we could be flexible with programs. So if there was something that was happening on a particular day that was important, all of Mem Hall being used or something like that, the center could be flexible to say to the members, oh, we're not gonna be here on Wednesday next week because there's a conflict. So I think all those ideas that you've had about using some of the rooms towards the front of the building that aren't being used, if we could secure them properly, a bunch of different things, I think all of those go towards the city supporting us, making it happen. And the center, I believe, I can speak for the center in saying we know we're gonna have some flexibility with the city too, to allow whatever the normal course of fundraisers. I mean, I just think of the Elks, right? We have the big huge Elks thing. Well, we're gonna have to make sure that we're out of the way during that. And that's why that labor, that temporary labor is in there too. Because imagine, we've got stuff that we get to keep in the center right now that we're gonna have to vacate out and bring in every single day to do the programs we're doing. So that's why they've anticipated, additional labor to make that happen too.
I thought that's what Elaine did.
What's that?
I thought that's what Elaine did.
Ellen?
Sorry.
Ellen?
I
Yeah.
said Elaine, excuse me, Ellen.
Well, she moves a lot of things. I don't know if she moves that. Thank you.
Jim?
It was brought to my attention that as we're filing this paperwork for the preview of the building and the design, that there are fees involved with that also. So if we could put those in that pot too, to be reimbursed those or either that or to have you allow us to use that without the fees, would be great.
City fees?
A pre-application.
Application filing fees, those kinds of things. It's not a huge dollar amount, but it's still, every little bit helps.
We're not exactly sure what those fees are gonna be,
Right.
correct?
I think this is different. So this property is on county land, so technically design review committee is not required in that sense because it's not in the city, but we definitely would have appreciated because it's right next to the city. So that would be, I forget what the new fee, it's about $150 or something like that.
Do they have to go through the county BAR?
My feeling is that the county is just like any other property owner within the city. They've got to abide by the city rules, no?
No.
Well, not in my experience in a couple of decades.
I can speak to that a little bit, Jim, on the county side.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have bits of information. So the lease that was originally approved by the county included a review by the county architect of the building design and all of the components of the building, the setbacks, and that's where, as Alan was saying to you, the county was very interested in this, and they were very interested, they were glad that the building itself reflected more of the mission style to match with Memorial Hall and the mission area. And so the county architect already has embedded in the lease we have with the county that we have to go back to them, with final plans to get their approval. So whether or not that supersedes, I don't know. I would rely on your staff to help you with that. But the county's very interested in expediting, and one of the things that they told us at the time is they want to expedite all of the county processes they can, because they see it as if it's a county building, a public building, not a private building. So they are very excited about expediting what they can to help us.
So maybe the consensus would be to put the 60,000 into next year's budget and offset or waive fees for this budget if it would need to go through, just give staff direction for that.
So I would,
Mr. Mayor, can I jump in for just a moment on this one?
Yes.
I did have a conversation with Mr. Richardson about the possibility of fee waivers implicating prevailing wage for construction purposes. That would be something that we would want to try to avoid increasing the cost of their construction. So if council's going to give direction to waive fees, could I ask that it be a fee waiver that does not engender prevailing wage for the project?
Okay, what you said, Dave.
Yeah, I thought, I'm sorry, I thought the reason why we were asked to waive fees rather than just give a cash amount is because that's a way of avoiding the prevailing wages situation. Is that right?
Well, yes, but I also had the conversation with Mr. Richardson about the way to fashion it, and the $60,000 that the council is considering doing would not be directly for construction. It would be for associated costs outside the construction project itself. In other words, operating expenses, trailer rental, and so on, that are not directly part of their construction costs. So the whole point of trying to structure it that way was to make sure that we allowed the senior center an opportunity to construct the project at the lowest possible cost.
That sounds great.
so may I clarify?
Please clarify.
On item C, when we're talking about the fees, I think there is the request for the fees that will be part of the large project, which there will be a lot of different and significant fees, versus there is just a small fee right now to come to the design review committee, which is fairly minor, and you could definitely easily waive that fee today.
Those are the fees I was referring to. Yeah.
And then come back with the rest of it at a later date.
Yes.
I still find it interesting that we're talking about the DRC on county land.
It would only be a courtesy really, because it's so close to the city and.
It's like Santa Barbara City Airport in the middle of the county, or city of Goleta. All right. Well, maybe we can also work out with Superior Court, because we had no luck with having that part of sheriff. Maybe that could be utilized for temporary facilities for the senior center.
That would cut those costs.
That would help with costs significantly. Anyway, another thought.
Keep thinking, Charlie.
All right. So do we?
So would you,
Do we need to
I
make a
think that
motion?
the general direction I'm hearing is that come back with the $60,000 with the next financial plan development, come back with waivers for the project fees when we're ready with that project.
Right.
I would like a motion if you're waiving the design review committee fee today. And then is there direction on item A regarding the use of the Veterans Hall? Come back, I believe it was come back with a financial plan development as well, and then we'll have all the programmatic programs basically worked out for recreation and for this request at the same time.
Because I think most of us thought it was gonna happen next year, and it's more than likely gonna be 2023.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so if you could just take a motion on the DRC fee, if that's what you would like to do.
do we have a motion on that? Waive the DRC fee? Or I can make a motion to waive the DRC fee?
I'll move that we waive the DRC fee.
I'll second it. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Mayor Heurig.
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
All right. Thank you all for your time on work on this whole entire project.
Thank you.
I'm sure it will be worth it. All right. Moving on.
You guys all wanna stay for the next one? It's super fun.
Actually,
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna take a 5-minute break before we get started on this. Okay, make it 10 for you can all get out. We're gonna take a 5-minute break at 7:50. All right, we're back at 8 o'clock. Madam Clerk, would you please read item number 6?
Approve the groundwater sustainability plan and adopt resolution number 21-1152 approving the groundwater sustainability plan, GSP, for the eastern management area of the Santa Ynez River Valley groundwater basin.
So the recommendations for today are to approve the final GSP in substantially the form presented to council and to instruct the representative on the GSA committee to vote on the City of Solvang's behalf to adopt the final GSP in substantially the form presented to the City Council, subject to such minor changes as are approved by the representative. And the representative on the GSA is Councilmember Infante. We have here with us today Bill Buell with Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District, who will be making this presentation.
Thank you, Zena. Mayor Urick, members of the City Council, residents of Solvang, staff. Good evening, my name is Bill Buelow, and I'm the Groundwater Program Manager with the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District. Our district was formed in 1939 to manage water resources in the Santa Ynez and Lompoc valleys. We are responsible for tracking the amount of water that the basin, the downstream users have in Lake Cachuma, and we also have a well registration and groundwater reporting program that has been in place since the late 1970s. And tonight I'm here to give you a briefing about how the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is being implemented in the Santa Ynez Valley and how the City of Solvang is participating. In 2015, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act law went into effect on the 1st of January 2015 in the response to ongoing droughts, decline in water levels and water quality, land surface subsidence, and seawater intrusion, which was occurring in various parts of the state. The Santa Ynez Basin is one basin and is considered medium priority based on the basin's population, the number of public and private wells, the irrigated acreage, and the reliance on groundwater as a primary source. The SGMA law says that all basins in the state need to be sustainable within 20 years. The law is meant to be implemented at the most local level of government, which is us. The formation of a Groundwater Sustainability Agency, or GSA, was done to prepare a Groundwater Sustainability Plan, or GSP, which is due by January 31st, 2022. If we, as local agencies, do not comply with this law, the State Water Resources Control Board will step in and do it for us. There are serious financial implications for State Board intervention, including fees for each well, each report they prepare on our behalf, and each acre-foot produced. The Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District took an early leadership role in developing 3 groundwater sustainability agencies through 3 memorandums of agreement. The Eastern Management Area, GSA, was formed through the cooperative effort of the City of Solvang, the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District, the County Water Agency, and ID1. The Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District has applied for and received grant funding from DWR to help defray costs for implementing and preparing the plan. In addition, the County Water Agency supplied $1 million for the Groundwater Sustainability Plan preparation as well. So the costs to the City of Solvang so far have been 0 for this process, except for the costs for staff participation. As I mentioned, there are 3 groundwater sustainability agencies in the basin. Solvang is in the Eastern Management Area, or EMA. The Central Management Area, or CMA, consists of the Buellton area, and the Western Management Area, or WMA, is in the Lompoc area. Each agency has 1 represented elected official, And for the EMA and for Solvang, that, as Xenia mentioned, is Councilmember Infante. For the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District, its Director Brett Merryme. The County Supervisor is Joan Hartman, representing the County Water Agency, and Trustee Brad Joes represents ID1. The GSAs have been meeting since January 2018, and the staff from the member agencies meet regularly to conduct work and advance the project. This is a map showing the boundaries of the 3 GSAs and all of the agencies involved. Throughout most of this basin, groundwater is one of the primary sources of water, where over 50,000 acre-feet of groundwater is produced annually within the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District. The main uses of groundwater are agricultural, which is over 70% of the use. Municipal, industrial, or other water is 25% of the use. And special water, which is parks and schools and golf courses, is less than 5%. Regular meetings are held quarterly, and special meetings are held monthly as needed. We've had over 30 to date in the Eastern Management Area and over 100 basin-wide. We have had remote meetings, of course, for the past year and a half due to COVID. We have also, this also includes a citizen advisory group, which is a CAG. The CAG was chosen by by the GSA and is made up of various uses and users of groundwater in the Eastern Management Area. The citizens applied and were chosen by the GSA committee, and the meetings are facilitated by staff. And the CAG provides focused input into the plan implementation. And there is representation by citizens of the city of Solvang on the CAG. There have been many opportunities for the public to provide input into the plan as we've been preparing it, including after the completion of each initial draft section, upon completion of the entire draft GSP, and prior to adoption by the GSA, and then finally after our submittal to DWR. We've also set up a groundwater communication portal via a website, and we have sent out quarterly newsletters through utility bills for each member agency. The Groundwater Sustainability Plan will address 6 undesirable results from groundwater pumping. They are the chronic lowering of groundwater levels, the reduction in storage, significant and unreasonable degraded water quality, depletions of interconnected surface water, land subsidence, and seawater intrusion. Obviously, in the Eastern Management Area, seawater intrusion is not a problem, but we still have to address it, and we still have to look at it as a potential undesirable result. Even if we can say that it doesn't happen here, we still have to provide the information. What are the benefits to the city of Solvang? Well, one of the main things is that the city, along with its partners in the Eastern Management Area, retain control of their water management. Maintaining control of water management means that preventing the state from stepping in if we locals fail in getting this plan put together. The financial partnership with all the groundwater pumpers in the basin to comply with the law and to enhance and protect our water supplies in the future is a benefit to the city, along with metering everyone who's pumping groundwater. The SGMA GSA creates a space to have the dialogue between all users of groundwater. There is ongoing coordination between the 3 groundwater sustainability agencies in the basin, and participation in SGMA promotes water security and preparedness for all. There are different projects and management actions prepared in the plan, including to help implement the plan itself. Other actions include water conservation, supply improvements that will benefit all users, and address impacts due to effects of climate change. So what we have learned through the preparation of parts of the plan, there are different sections of the plan that we put together, including the hydrogeologic conceptual model, which is a basin setting, which told us the extent of our aquifers and how the aquifers are recharged. The consultants gathered pumping data to prepare water budgets, to indicate whether there is any long-term decline in groundwater and storage or water levels, especially in the Santa Ynez uplands, the Lompoc and Santa Rita uplands. There are impacts to extraction infrastructure could occur if we do nothing. So although we have seen just some minor declines in groundwater levels and groundwater and storage, we do not feel that the basin is severely out of whack. We can make some small tweaks and implement some just common sense conservation measures, and we should be balanced. There are sustainable management criteria that were evaluated that were conservatively set to ensure that the basin can handle another major drought. The minimum thresholds were set with the input from all users of groundwater in the basin and with the full agreement with all members of the GSA committees. The project management actions will be implemented and can address any declines. So as I mentioned earlier, there's been several opportunities to provide input, including after the completion of each draft section and upon completion of the draft groundwater sustainability plan. The public draft went out for review in mid-September and public comment ended in late October. The consultants are now addressing every comment. They're taking a look at every one and reviewing them and will provide a response to every comment submitted. Once the groundwater sustainability plan is submitted to DWR, it goes into DWR's public comment review period, which will occur for 60 days after we submit it. As I mentioned earlier, there has been public outreach. This is a picture of one of our newsletters, quarterly newsletters that were sent around. Every agency, all 8 agencies in the basin received the newsletter and distributed them to their constituents, either through a utility bills or a regular mailing or posting it on their website. As I mentioned, we've had over 30 meetings within the basin, and they've all been well attended. So to finalize our groundwater sustainability plan, this is what our schedule looks like. So we're planning to complete the draft groundwater sustainability plan in December. We'll have all the comments included, and we'll have a final draft prepared. Then we will go to a public hearing the first week of the new year in January, where the GSA will consider adoption. If the GSA adopts the plan, then it will be uploaded to DWR on or before January 31st, 2022. Once the submittal starts, that starts the DWR public comment period, and then we have to start implementation immediately upon submittal. DWR has 2 years to tell us whether our plan is sufficient or not, but in the meantime, we have to get started on implementation. As a matter of fact, considering that we're doing all this work, it's been several years of work, our first annual report is due the 1st of April, soon after we submit the report. So we get started immediately. In addition to an annual report, we're going to have to complete a rate study to make a determination on how the GSA will charge for doing the sustainability work. And the charge would be assessed against all, users of groundwater or individual parcel owners. Those kinds of things are still under review by the GSAs. The GSAs may move from being a memorandum of agreement type committee to an actual entity under a joint powers authority or multiple joint powers authority. The GSAs may also consider a well registration program for the GSA as well as well metering for those who are not de minimis users. So the way to find out more information or to attend a meeting, an upcoming meeting, you can go to our website at www.santaynezwater.org, and you can sign up to receive an e-blast and also the newsletters. And I'm happy to take any questions from the council about the process. And I thank you again for having me here tonight.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Is there any questions of the report right now?
Yeah, I am curious regarding the advisory committee, and I'm sorry, maybe it's in the report and I missed it. Who is a part of it? I'm just wondering what sector of the population is represented.
So we have 7 members, and they were meant to represent all different users of groundwater in our eastern management area. So we have farmers, different kinds of farmers. We have folks who run mutual water companies. We have a citizen from Solvang who is on the committee. We have a rancher that's on the committee. We have a member of the Chumash tribe on the Citizen Advisory Committee, Sam Cohen. He attends the meetings. So it is a pretty diverse group, and we are very happy with them, and they've done a really great job coming together and really taking their assignments seriously and coming to the meetings and providing some really good input. We talked for hours about their comments, and I think the committee has really benefited from their input in preparing the plan.
Are there any other questions? No? I just had a couple.
Sure.
I think I noticed in there the Chumash are part of it now, or is it just the 5 that you mentioned?
Well, under the SGMA statute, any federal group or federal land is exempt from SGMA. So under SGMA, the tribe is exempt. However, they have always actively participated, and we're very happy to participate. And so one of the best ways for them to do that was to be on the Citizen Advisory Group. And so they've participated that way.
Excellent. And then are any citizens or residents of the Janet Acres and or is it Skyline, not where they have their own water right now, part of that?
Excuse me. So we had, in some cases, we had multiple people who say ran mutual water companies. I think we had 2 or 3 of them. So we had to end up kind of choosing one to represent mutual water companies. So there's no one specifically from Janet Acres that's on the Citizen Advisory Group, but we do have Tim Gorham, who's part of Santa Ynez Rancho Estates, and they are a mutual water company. So we do get input from him as a representative of the mutual water company field.
Okay.
Yeah. Of users.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate the clarification.
I do have one more question. So what part of this machine plays the part of, the science and the sustainability of it? Because in the advisory, I see a lot of people that are either water users or people that, water pumpers or people that sell water, who does the checks and balances on, what is sustainable versus just what the needs are.
So the definition of sustainability, and I'll go back, if we could go back to my presentation real quick, is the absence of undesirable results. So those undesirable results are the chronic lowering of groundwater levels and storage and degradation of water quality related to the effect of groundwater pumping. So what we're doing is we're looking at 2015 as the bright line. That's when the law was put in place. So our plan through the implementation of the plan cannot make any conditions change from that 2015 bright line. So in other words, whatever the water quality was there, our plan should not make it any worse than it was in 2015. And if it does, then we consider that an undesirable result, which is an indication that we aren't sustainable. So we have 20 years to implement our plan to address all of these issues relating to the undesirable results and to make sure that there are absences of those. Currently, even after 10 years of drought, we do not see any undesirable results occurring. However, if we do nothing, then they could continue then the conditions could worsen and we could see undesirable results, such as we could have residents who could no longer use their well that they have had to pump water because the water level is so low now that they can't actually use it to pump water to their residents. So that would be considered an undesirable result. Or if pumping water led to a degradation of water quality such that the water was no longer usable, then that would be an undesirable result. So we don't want those kinds of things occurring, and hopefully the plan will address the issues relating to declines in water levels and stabilize all of those different criteria so that we can achieve sustainability in the 20-year time frame.
So I read that there is approximately 300 meters out that EMA has that they're monitoring on wells and or places to pump water. What is the percentage of that compared to what we actually have? Because it didn't seem like there's I guess we don't exactly know how many are out there.
Well, the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District covers a good bit of the basin. About 80 to 90% of the basin is within the district that I work for, and there's roughly 1,000 wells registered with us.
Okay.
However, in the eastern management area, only about 35 to 40% of the eastern management area is within the district, and the rest of it is outside of the district. And we, of course, don't know exactly how many wells are outside of our boundaries. We have some estimates, and we have a lot of good information, but when the GSAs, when the GSP gets submitted, the plan gets submitted to DWR, that allows us to do, the GSA to have more powers to then ask for them to register their wells with the GSA and then report their pumping to the GSA. And by doing that, we hope that we'll be able to refine our numbers, refine our water budgets, and know better exactly how much water is being pumped, how much water is being used, and by which parties are doing the pumping. The plan by no means is making any cuts or allocations at this time, because the amount that the basin is out of balance is so small. We think through just common sense conservation measures, the implementation of well registrations and metering, that we'd be able to stabilize our groundwater levels and be considered stable by DWR within our 20-year horizon. But if we don't, then we have other things that we can do in the future. If things continue to go bad, if our drought continues out of control, then we may have to make some tough decisions in the future, but not today, which is the good news.
That's the good, and so far it looks like there hasn't been any problems with pumping water that's not drinkable or potable.
That's right.
So far.
Yeah, we haven't had any water quality issues. The GSAs are not responsible for remediating water quality issues. We already have county environmental health, we have the Department of Toxic Substance Control and the Regional Water Quality Control Board that is their duty to do that. But through the implementation of our plan, we can't make their job any more difficult. So that's why they're going to be looking at our plans and saying, okay, the way your plan is written, it's going to do X or Y, and that's the kind of thing that we try to avoid. We want to make sure that their basin plans and remediation goals are not interfered with our groundwater sustainability plan.
And then the last thing was, I was just curious, the piezo meters?
Piezometers.
The piezometers.
Mm-hmm.
How deep are they sunk in the ground?
Piezometers are usually like a water table well, so you try to just hit the water table plus or minus the variation in the range of where the water table is expected to be. So it's usually fairly shallow compared to, say, a water supply well, which would be drilled deeper to make sure there's a great deal of saturated thickness there to make sure there's plenty of water to be pumped out of it. A piezometer is usually just there to tell you what the level of the water is. So in this area, it could be anywhere from 50 feet to like 150 feet, whereas a water supply well may be several hundred feet deep. So it's just a different kind of well.
Right. I was just curious.
Sure.
All right. Are any other questions?
Yes, are we counting on the drought conditions to continue as the GSAs make a plan for our water sustainability?
Well, that's what we're doing, and that's why we're here today, is to ask you to give Councilmember Infante the ability to go to our meeting, the adoption meeting, to approve the plan which is basically what we're going to do if the drought continues and the water level declines to the point where we start seeing undesirable results. So before this, we had nothing. We had no idea what we were going to do if we were going to face a mega drought or a back-to-back mega drought. We had no idea. But this plan sort of puts together a list of projects and management actions that we as locals can implement on each other so that we can all get through it. We have been lucky and we have gotten through this first drought with enough water. What we'd like to do is to see the groundwater supplies recover so that when we have, if the drought continues or comes back again for another 10 years like this one, that we'll have enough water to get through that drought. I think that's the whole idea.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that.
Sure, absolutely.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. We'll take it out for any public comment. I didn't have any speaker slips for this subject, and I'm not seeing any hands raised there. Is there anyone out in Zoom or on the phone that wishes to make any comments on this item of the agenda? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for final comments and or a motion.
The only thing I want to say right at this point is Karen Waite had this position before and supported the GSA board quite well. We passed a resolution back in 2017 to support this. And now I think it's time to say, yes, we have to do this. Matt Vanderlinden has given me a listing of all of our wells that are pumping and their different depths and what we have for different regulations or different triggers that would, cause us, as Bill suggested, to go into some kind of preventative measures. That's a 939-page document.
Yeah.
This is a damn impressive amount of work that I just got involved with a few months ago when I got elected. So it is, I want to recommend, and I'm going to move that we approve.
And I will second that. And I'll encourage anybody that is curious to, take a look at it. Just the introduction gives you a very good idea of why we're doing this. Often I hear people complaining about, oh, why can't we, collect rainwater, or why is it such a big deal if a fish goes extinct? These are not, simple problems that environmentalists are trying to come up with solutions. These are symptoms that our water that we count on is being depleted. So, yeah, I know it looks daunting, but there's really good reasons why.
And keep that in mind when we start talking about phase 3 of the wastewater treatment plant being recycling and.
Oh, I have lots of thoughts about that. Yeah.
Because we have soaking ponds right now, or whatever you want to call them, the ponds where the water goes back. It goes underneath the river and goes to Lompoc. We don't even get any use out of it at all. So we need to do something to help us as a city survive, and the Eastern Management Area in general to survive.
Yeah.
So I will once again move that we approve.
And I will second that motion.
May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bill. Appreciate it. Moving on to item number 7. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Utility rate study, process and initial analysis, water and wastewater. Receive a presentation on utility rate study, process and initial analysis. Provide staff with policy direction.
Thank you. So I would like to preface this with the fact that this is a very beginning of this conversation. However, we've done preliminary analysis and we're looking for policy direction from council tonight. This is a very important and significant study for us in order to maintain our water and sewer operations going forward. Just as a reminder, We engaged a consultant, Sean here with HDR Engineering as our consultant to perform this study for us on behalf of the city of Solvang. We are looking at both the water and the sewer rates, so those are two distinct operations, two distinct operating funds, and each one of them needs to be looked at and properly funded by the rates that are passed on to the consumers for both our operating needs and our capital needs. Just as a reminder from what you saw when you adopted the last budget, our water fund does continue to have good reserves. However, we do need to continue to have appropriate rates in order to cover the ongoing needs and also some needs of the capital improvement projects. And the wastewater fund, the sewer fund, unfortunately, is projected to be in a cash negative by the end of this fiscal year. So once again, just stressing the importance of this study. The City of Solvang rates have not been raised for either one of these services since 2015-2016. And this is the beginning of the conversation. We wanted to get ahead of you in front of the community early on, showing what the analysis is and what the options are. And so Sean will walk us through all of that presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you this evening. So our presentation that we'll be walking through is going to outline the overall approach to establishing cost-based rates, and then dive into some of the details of the upfront analysis to gain some feedback from you all, if you'd like to give us that this evening, so that we can continue to move this forward and finalize our draft analysis as we go forward as part of this process. At this point in time, we have the technical model or the rate models built for water and sewer, and now we're starting to dive into what those final results are going to be looking like. Do we have a presentation for, do I just, oh, I didn't see it, thank you. So the purpose this evening is to really talk about that process and gain that feedback. Really, two areas of focus. One of them was just mentioned, is looking at the capital funding analysis and how that may impact rates and what that overall revenue adjustment or rate need is. I'll also briefly touch on the cost of service and the rate design aspect of the study to gain any feedback from you all at this point as well, and then talk next steps and schedule. So as we go into the rate study process, we have some broad, big goals as we develop the analysis. And really that starts with providing sufficient revenue to support and maintain the city's water and sewer infrastructure. So both from an annual operating expense need as well as the long-term capital need. Develop equitable proportional rates for each utility on a standalone basis to meet the requirements of Proposition 218, and I'll talk a little bit more about Prop 218 as we go forward. And really do that based on industry standard approaches, but tailored to your specific systems and customers' characteristics. So how your customers use the water system and the costs associated with that, how your customers use the sewer system and the costs associated with that. Now, as we develop the analysis, we also want to think long-term. We want to be more proactive than reactive. So as we're looking at the analysis, we're actually looking out 10 years with a focus on the next 5 years. And as we look at that, we key on some financial planning criteria. One of those is adequate annual funding of capital projects. So on an ongoing basis, we should be reinvesting in the system. So this is like changing the tires on the car, repainting the house, putting the new roof on. It's those type of items that should be going into the budget each year to fund annually through rates. We also want to maintain target ending reserve balances and any legally required debt service coverage ratios. As city manager mentioned, the last water and sewer rate adjustment was in 2015-16, and so there's been some changes in costs obviously since that time, and so we want to make sure we're adequately accounting for those operating capital expenses as we go forward. Now, as we go through this process, water and sewer rates are property-related fees. So they fall under Proposition 218, which is codified in California Constitution Article 13D, Section 6. So that provides the overall approach. What that means is we have to develop rates that do not exceed the reasonable cost of providing the service, or the proportional cost of providing the service on which the parcel is imposed. So as we go through a comprehensive rate study, our goal is to meet those two needs, and we do that through those industry-accepted methods, but tailored to the city system. Now, the last part of Proposition 218 is a customer notification process and holding a protest hearing. So at the specific time, if the city council is willing to move forward with the recommendations of the study, the city would send out a customer notification stating what the rates are going to be for the next time period, whether that's 1 year or longer. If during that next 45 days or longer, that 50% plus one of the customers return back a protest vote, then the city council cannot implement those rates. If 50% plus one is not reached, then the council may adopt those rates going forward for that specific time period. Now, those are the maximum rates for that specified time period. So if you set rates for a multiple year period, those are the highest rates during that time period until those are changed through another Proposition 218 process. The rates can be lower than those noticed without another Proposition 218 process. So it's really establishing those maximum rates going forward. Now, to meet those, I talked about industry standard approaches so that we can implement Proposition 218 rates. This goes through a 3-step sequential process: a revenue requirement, a cost of service, and a rate design. The revenue requirement tells us how much revenue we need to adequately support each utility. So water on its own, sewer on its own. So water revenues fund water expenses, sewer revenues fund sewer expenses. Once we know that, then we can develop the cost of service analysis. The cost of service analysis is really at the heart of meeting the proportionality requirement of Prop 218, so that each customer class, single family, multifamily, commercial, irrigation, are paying their proportional share of the cost based on how they use the system. And then we have the final rate design, or how you charge your customers. And that is really based on those unit costs that are coming out of the cost of service analysis for both the fixed and the consumption charge, or on the sewer for water. And on the sewer side, the flat rate right now for your single family, or the volume component for the other customers going forward. So that's what drives that overall analysis. So I'll walk us through each of these. The real focus tonight is on this next handful of slides. That talks about the development of the revenue requirement and ultimately provides that capital funding analysis within this revenue requirement. And so I'll stop at the end of this to gain any feedback from you all, and I'm sure the city manager will help me chime in here as well. And then we'll move forward and I'll touch base on the cost of service and rate design component. So as I mentioned, the revenue requirement really compares the revenues to expenses. And so it determines that overall level of revenue that's needed to pay the bills for both the operating and capital side. As I mentioned, we want to make sure as we think through this long term that we're looking at all those prudent financial planning criteria, so maintaining adequate reserves, meeting debt service coverage requirements, adequately funding our renewal and replacement capital needs. As we talk about a 10-year rate model with a focus on the next 5 years, so again, we want to make sure we're looking far enough out to capture some of those capital projects and the funding approaches with that. Again, to meet the requirements of Proposition 218, water revenues pay water expenses, sewer revenues pay sewer expenses, and the analysis assumes that rate revenues and other miscellaneous revenues are sufficient to fund each utility's operating and capital needs. So there's no transfers at this point in the model for from any other city funds, so that we adequately can evaluate the level of current rates. We use what's known as the cash basis approach. Really what this means is it's an annual look at those revenues and expenses, and it ties nicely to how the city budgets and ties into those overall operating expenses as they're outlined in the budget. So to start out with, we develop a projection of water and sewer rate revenues. So that's based on the current adopted rates. We base that on the current customer characteristics, so number of meters, amount of consumption billed, etc. to project that analysis. Now, that's an important component of this because one, it establishes the level of revenue, and our check is against historical revenue numbers and current budgeted numbers. But it is also used then in the cost of service to proportionally distribute costs based on how much water is used, how many customers there are, and then it's used to develop the proposed rates. So we have the same numbers flowing through all three analyses. We started with the 21-22 budget. We project that out over the next 10 years to reflect the inflationary impacts. And then we do have some additional costs built in out in this 22-23 time period for an additional FTE at this point in time. So that's where we're at, is finalizing those analyses and projections. And we base that capital funding analysis on the current capital plan. Now, as the city manager mentioned, we are looking at no fund balance or cash in the sewer utility. So we are looking at, in one scenario, borrowing to fund capital improvement needs. And on water, also, there's a couple larger projects several years out that we're looking at borrowing for as well. So again, that ties into meeting those financial planning criteria, so making sure we have adequate reserves, making sure we're adequately funding capital through rates on an ongoing basis, so that you're able to issue any long-term debt. So here's a summary of the preliminary water capital funding plan. This has fiscal years 22-23 through 26-27. This is based on the current adopted capital plan, and just to highlight a couple of the big projects out there, we have annual water main replacements that are going on throughout these years. And then we have the River Wells project and Reservoir One expansion. Those are the big drivers out in fiscal year 24-25 through 26-27. So when we look at this, our goal is ultimately to determine in the rate study how we're funding these projects. So we start off with our rate funded capital, that's the bottom part of each bar for each year, or the blue. And that's based on annual rate revenues going to fund projects. So that's trying to meet that renewal and replacement needs so that you're adequately funding your capital plan. The dark gray or the black color in the middle is using some available operating cash. And then you'll see a red bar, red sliver in there, that's the capital fund, that's the annual connection fee revenue coming in that we're applying to those projects that are eligible for that. And then the big green bars are the funding of the River Wells project and Reservoir One expansion through long-term borrowing. So that's a key driver to our overall capital funding plan for water. Now, how that plays into the bigger picture is the summary of the preliminary water revenue requirement on this slide. So for each year, we add up the operating and capital expenditures and compare that to the current level of revenues. So starting in 22-23, the first bar is our O&M, our operations and maintenance expenses. Then we have our rate funded capital. So that number ties to what we have here on this prior slide, that bottom blue. That's our blue on this slide to show that capital funding amount. We have some reserve funding in there to maintain adequate reserves and fund future capital improvements. And then with the debt funding, you see that coming in with that green component starting in 24-25. So the top of each of those bars is the revenue needs in each of those years. This horizontal dashed black line going across the screen is the current level of revenues. So that's where we're at today, running just about $5 million. So you can see as we go out through time, with inflation impacts to our O&M expenses, with our rate funded capital needs and our long-term debt needs to fund those projects, then our expenses are exceeding our overall revenues. So the rate study would then calculate what that overall adjustment would be to tip that dashed line up to touch each of the bars. And I'll kind of close off this discussion to show you what that could look like. But I'll step into the sewer capital funding plan first. Same approach here each year and the adopted capital improvement plan. The big projects here are annual sewer line replacements, some lift station upgrades, the wastewater treatment plant quality project, and then manhole rehabilitation. The big driver here is in 23-24 and 24-25. That is the water quality, wastewater treatment plant quality project. So that's at about $7.5 million a year. We have inflated that based on construction cost index out to 23, 24, 24, 25. And so given there is no cash or reserves available on the sewer side, then we would have to debt finance all of that project. Now, there's about $1 million of that in 22, 23 for the upfront costs associated with the planning, design, and development of that project that we're assuming would be also debt finance. And you'll see some little slivers of red for the capital fund, and that's that annual connection fee revenue, and then you have some rate-funded capital going across each year there at about $400,000. So you can see sewer's in a little bit of a different situation than water. Remember water, the dashed revenue line was just about to the top of the expense bar. Here, essentially our revenues in 22, 23 are projected to be just below our operating expenses, so our O&M. When we add any debt service to that, plus our rate-funded capital, plus some reserve funding to start achieving a positive fund balance and start meeting target reserve levels, we have a fairly significant increase that is necessary to tip that bar up. And so that's a key driver on the sewer side, is simply catching up to where you need to be. And then our discussion tonight is, how do we fund that capital? What does that look like going forward in order to try and smooth this or transition this as best as possible? Now, as part of that discussion, we developed an alternative capital plan. This alternative excludes a wastewater treatment plant quality project. So these are just the things that are included in the plan. So it's your sewer collection side, so it's the main replacements, and then it's the minor treatment related costs going through this on a cash basis or pay-as-you-go basis. So since we don't have any reserves, we'll be paying for this as we go, based on adjusting rates to a level sufficient to fund those on an annual basis. Now this bar chart here, the revenue requirement, looks fairly similar. There's no debt service included in this component, but you can see again that revenue line, the dashed horizontal line, is sitting right about where we're at under the prior scenario. But then we also still have our rate funded capital and that reserve funding going to reserves to pay for capital projects in that year or the subsequent year, or making sure we have a positive cash balance going forward. So overall, the big driver here is the timing of capital, primarily on the sewer side. On the water side, things look fairly straightforward from a capital funding need. You also have available reserves to pay for those capital projects in the short term, so we're able to smooth that capital funding plan out. On the sewer side, it's a little bit different, with some fairly large projects as part of that discussion. Then the timing of those projects is really going to drive what that overall revenue need is going to be. So just to give you an example, because this is a hard question to answer without knowing what it means, we have some preliminary example residential rates. And so these could be the rates based on the analysis that we have in place today. However, this does not include any of the cost of service assumptions or results or any rate structure or rate design analysis. So this is just taking the rate structure you have in place today and tipping that dashed bar up so it touches the top of each of those bars for each of the scenarios. So on the water side, the current average customer bill, assuming a 5/8 inch meter and 15 CCF per month, so 100 cubic feet, is $127.18. You can see how that would change at about $7 to $8 a month per year as we go out into the future. The sewer column right in the middle, those three rows, the current average customer for bill is $34.65. With the wastewater treatment plant quality project, you can see how, and issuing long-term debt, you can see how that drives across the adjustments overall for each of those years. And then the sewer alternative approach, this is where we excluded the quality project, but we're cash financing everything. And so what you can see in those two sewer components is a fairly significant jump in the alternative approach to cash finance. And we don't end significantly different, but remember that's excluding the the quality project, sorry, I apologize for saying water quality, wastewater treatment plant quality project. And so you're not funding that project within this 5 years as part of that, but we're getting rates up quickly to get to that point. So with that, what we're looking at as part of the analysis is making sure that we're meeting our financial metrics, getting a positive fund balance and meeting fund balance targets or reserve balance targets in both utilities over the time period, having an adequate debt service coverage ratio because we are looking at possibly issuing future debt, and then using debt to fund those large one-time projects over time. We've also built into this funding our annual renewal and replacement capital through rates on an ongoing basis. So right now we have that set somewhere between $400,000 to $500,000 a year. That's roughly what your current annual depreciation expense is for each utility. And so that's our floor amount, or the lowest amount that we want to fund on an ongoing basis. The challenge with only funding annual depreciation expense is that reflects the cost of capital from 15, 30, 50 years ago. The replacement cost today is 1.5 to 2 times, and in crazy times like we're in now, maybe more than that, to replace that same item that was put in the ground back in the day. So as we go through this process, what we're looking at is maintaining that current overall operating budget. And then I'm going to stop here and see if there's any questions or comments on this part of the presentation before we talk a bit about cost of service and rate design.
Does anyone have any questions?
If I may.
Go right ahead, Councilmember Infante.
I was looking, it is a minor, relatively minor increase in water. Doesn't look like a setback. Sewer, you've got sewer and sewer alternate. The sewer alternate is a major jump next year, but then it's minor for the next few years. So if the residents don't hang us all for that increase the first year, then it's a piece of cake.
Yes, inflationary.
I would have to ask, in your experience, is that a better approach than a couple of not quite so large, but still large increases for 2 years and then back down to something low? What's the more common approach? Let me ask that.
Yeah, so I would say as much as we can, we want to transition in rates. We want to, and I'm a big believer in baby steps. Let's take our time and get there and transition in rates. The one item I'll note though is remember that alternative does not include the wastewater treatment plant quality project.
Yeah, that scares me.
So that's going to add another set of rates or impacts on top of that level. And so that could be a benefit to you all from a rate setting standpoint of issuing long-term debt for that project. The question is, can we move that fast? Right, because that means you're going through a long-term borrowing process, whether that's a municipal revenue bond or state revolving fund process, whatever that may be to fund those. That's gonna take time for staff to work through that process. Municipal revenue bond is, with folks I've worked with, it's usually a 6-month period to get from beginning to end to get that in place. So we've got a little bit of time, but 22, 23 is coming up quickly.
And so, just to clarify, back at that same rate question, the main one that you were showing us, that would include the wastewater upgrade.
Correct, and starting next fiscal year with some upfront work, and then the following 2 fiscal years with the primary construction.
Okay. But when you say that includes it, so this is actually this is getting enough revenue to pay off the debt?
Yes.
All right, so it's not, we still don't have the money to pay for it, we still gotta go to a debt, we gotta go to a fund, some kind, and then this is to pay off the debt, okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what allows us to transition, is, that second alternative, we have to get rates up to fund roughly $1 million a year in annual capital, excluding that project.
Yeah.
Whereas with the first approach, with long-term debt, and I'm not advocating for long-term debt, we just don't have cash to pay for any of the upfront. we're able to transition that in, smooth it in over time, because we have some time to adjust rates based on the issuance of the long-term debt. Now, if those projects shift a year or 2 years, that gives us more time to get in front of it, but then that's delaying a fairly important project on the sewer utility side.
Which escalation would also drive up the price. So
Agreed, yes. That's why we're here tonight, really. Besides the introduction into the rate study, because this is a really important question, and on the sewer side, a key driver to the analysis.
And Prop 218,
Proposition 218, yep.
It is Prop, okay. Says that we present this to the residents, and if they say, no, we can't do it, then we have to come back and come up with some other alternative.
Yes.
And try again.
Yep. If 50% plus one of your customers
Right.
provides that written protest, then yes.
So then to clarify on that 50% plus one is, if we don't get the feedback, is it based only on the people that provide the feedback?
No. So it's not like an assessment district or a benefit assessment vote. It's of your total customer base, 50% plus one have to provide that protest.
50% of the water bills.
Yes,
Sewer bills.
correct. Or water and sewer, and or sewer bills, yes.
So a question that I had been asked, and I failed to argue it properly, but I wanted to ask, for residents, this is right now coming down on all of the residents. What does our commercial and hotels, what is their rates going to go to, or are they gonna go to, and is it all gonna be borne only on the residents?
No, that's a great question, and I should have put a note on the slide. That was just to give you an idea of what those average single-family bills would be. Overall, everybody's rates are gonna be going up through this process. The cost of service will give us an idea of, and actually on the sewer side with our preliminary, where we're at with the analysis right now, I think everybody's probably going up pretty equally as part of that process. If we have cost of service adjustments, again, we could transition those in over time. We'd have to work with the city attorney on that discussion, make sure we're not getting out of bounds on Proposition 218 requirements. But even if we made an adjustment all in year one for a customer group, single family, multifamily, commercial, the next year everybody goes up equally. And so we would kind of make that one-time reset from a cost of service perspective. And then everybody's rates go up until, based on our time frame, 3-year, 5-year, whatever, and then you go through that process again, or the same process again as part of that.
Okay.
So that was more of an example, just to give you all
Right.
a feel for here's the level of the change, but everybody would be going up to some degree, if not equally.
Okay. Thank you. Before we get hanged by just our residents. It's what?
So I think that, what we're looking for tonight from you all, what I talked with staff about, what we've been talking about as we've been working through this, so we've had more time at this than you have, obviously, is looking at what that phasing may be or transition may be. If we do shift that project, what does that look like? We haven't done that yet. We wanted to stick with what the overall plan was as we came in front of you this evening. But what that could look like, but we want to make sure you all are on board, or thumbs up at least at this point, to look at that as we go forward, if that's acceptable to you all to move that, because I know it's an important project. You had mentioned earlier the recycled water aspect of that could play a big role in other items that you're dealing with here at the city as well.
Yeah, it looks like the water rate increase is kind of fairly consistent, about 5%.
5.5, I believe.
5.5.
Yep. And that's really just to keep us, we're using reserves and just kind of building going across, keeping up with that.
If we do the regular, what he's called sewer, it's $20 next year and $20 increasing in the year after that. And then it drops down to only 10, 3, whatever. But, yeah.
At what point does the fees for helping again fund capital improvements and our infrastructure start to go back up after, I mean, how far down the road past 2026, 27? Because at some point, we're gonna have the same type of thing coming forward. Is that part of this?
So we are looking at those connection fees as well. We're working on that right now as well. So that red sliver that was coming from the capital fund,
Right.
we are looking at those. I would suspect those are probably going to change also. We're not far enough along, but we have a large project that is eligible for being collected in part through that. The challenge with those charges is they come over time, right? So we have to build the infrastructure, and then we collect those as new customers connect to the system, or an existing customer changes their use, needs a larger meter, has more volume, et cetera, to do that. So those are being looked at. Those will be included in this. Probably next time we're in front of you, we'll have that analysis as well to bring forward.
Thank you.
What about, we have an option in front of us to increase the borders of the city, which is gonna provide or require water and wastewater. Not a lot, it's an agricultural area, but there's still gonna be some, and there's some construction. Are we coming up with enough reserves in water and wastewater with these to be able to handle those additions?
So, I don't know, because I don't know for sure the cost of those, but I will say, our target that we're reaching for on the minimum reserves is 180 days of O&M. And so we're going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million each as our minimum target in water and sewer as part of that. And so that's we'll have some available reserves there.
Yeah.
The challenge with the reserves is if we use them and we dip below our target, we're gonna have to have some sort of adjustment over here to get those back up above there, but it could provide some funding for those projects. As could the connection fee component, right? When they connect to the system, they pay that charge as part of that, so that
Well,
would
yeah,
help some.
There's some offsets, hopefully, but I think I heard you say because of Prop 218, if these are the rates we establish, we can't increase those, even though we might get more land and it takes more water, we don't get enough reserves. You see where I'm going?
Yep.
So we'd have to come back and start this 218 process all over again if there was a major increase in water and sewer.
I believe that's correct, so if you annexed an area, they would come in at your current, generally, they're gonna come in at your current rates. So
Right.
whatever you have, and if we have a 5-year plan, and it's year 1, they start at year 1 and they work their way just like everybody else. If they start in year 5, they start at that year 5 rate or whatever that is. And so that could help. The question would be, what are those capital requirements associated with getting service to those customers if it's not available today?
Thank you.
Well, that is something to look at. If annexing land is gonna throw this study out the board and now you have to account for that addition, well then, is it worth adding it, or do you have to demand something? All them, that would fall as part of the negotiation, I think. But we're not gonna know if the study doesn't go further along, right?
Any other questions? Go ahead.
All right.
Continue.
So what we will do on the revenue requirement aspect of this, I'm gonna jump back a couple slides real quick. So I'll work with staff to look at this. Again, this is funding it from a outside funding approach, municipal revenue bond, state revolving fund loan, whatever it may be. This may be quick to get that all done. So that's something I'll work with staff on as part of
So
that.
I think I would like to just jump in on this one here. So the larger construction type of issuance of debt in 23, 24, 24, 25 is more reasonable. One of the concerns they have is that we have a wastewater sewer fund that's in the negative right now. So from the start, any rates you're gonna get, the ratings are not going to be favorable to us. The SRF program, which is a state revolving fund program, which offers low rates, can take years to get into, so there's no guarantee that that is something that's going to be available to us if we go with this aggressive schedule. If we don't meet this aggressive schedule, then we could potentially be facing the fact that we are charging rates that are not corresponding to what we are doing. Moreover, the 22-23, the cost of engineering has to happen before we issue debt for the actual construction. So we have to be substantially complete on engineering to really structure the debt issuance. So that million something is coming from either really weak, expensive debt of some kind of instrument, or we could take money from our general fund and then try to recoup that. But we definitely are looking at potentially pledging resources that are not sewer resources, especially for that 22-23. So from pure financial perspective, I would definitely say that's not a good way to do it. So I think there is some conversation that I would recommend that we look at the pros and cons and risks of moving the large project out a year perhaps or two to kind of get this fund potentially into better health before we really move forward. As you would remember, the phase 1 of the wastewater treatment plant was the most critical phase. So we bought ourselves some time. So one of the considerations could be for us to look at an alternative that's somewhere in between of this one and no issuance and no capital improvement plan or wastewater treatment plant upgrade.
Out of curiosity, if we have the money in the general fund and we decide to use that in wastewater, can we set that up with a repayment out of this wastewater? So it's like loaning ourselves money and paying ourselves back?
Yeah, so you would need to set that schedule. Generally, most folks put together some sort of repayment plan internally, right, that you all approve of. And there's some, I'm sure, legal and financial auditing type items that we have to make sure we check the box. But yes, you could do that where it's on a, you know, a lot of folks will do that within pay it back within 3 to 5 years. Now that may be aggressive at $1 million, so we may need to see which boxes we can check right away. But ultimately, yes, we could build, and we build that in just like we did the other debt here, so that it's included within the rates.
I don't know that we have the general fund money to do that. It was just a question in case. I just wanted to know. Thank you.
So we'll work on putting together a plan. We've got that base scenario that's based on today's capital plan. We'll put together possibly an alternative to what that transition may look like to get rates up to a level that we have a available cash reserve and maybe we're cash funding that upfront design engineering type work as well. If that sounds reasonable to you all. All right, I'm seeing nods. Good deal.
That's we're nodding off.
Oh, sorry. I'll go faster. No. Okay, so that's that first part. That's our revenue requirement. So now we know how much revenue we need, right? It's the top of each of those bars. We know sewer is probably gonna change a little bit because our capital funding analysis. But as we get into the cost of service, this is really what gets to the heart of Prop 218, or that proportionality component of the discussion. And so the reason we develop a cost of service analysis is to be able to proportionally distribute the revenue requirement, the cost, to each customer class of service, or you could think of this as your rate structure or your rate schedule. So when we think of customer classes and I've kind of mentioned them already, but on the water side, it's our residential, multifamily, commercial, and irrigation. On the sewer side, it's our single-family or residential, multifamily, and our commercial. And so that's how we distribute our costs based on how they use the system. Now, we have to go through this process because your costs are all joint costs between all the customers, right? We don't have a commercial pipeline or a residential pipeline. We have a water or sewer pipe in the ground. We have a water treatment, we have a sewer treatment, et cetera. So we need to think about why you incur those costs, how you incur them, and who benefits from those. And that's really what a cost of service analysis does. What it gets at is that proportionality requirement so that one customer class is not subsidizing another. And it provides us average unit costs, which become the rate. So what is that fixed charge going to be, or what's that volumetric or consumption charge component going to be as we go forward? So here's a graphic of what that looks like. This is just a generic approach. And we have all our expenses, our revenue requirement on the left-hand side. And then we think about why do you incur costs? And we have a couple terms up here: commodity-related, capacity-related, customer-related. Commodity-related is just simply how much water do folks use. So if, as an example, the residential class, all of your residential customers use 50% of the overall water on the system, then they're proportionally distributed 50% of the costs that go into that commodity bucket. Capacity is then our peak. So how do customers use the system? So let's think about our winter use, right? For the most part, it's all indoors. There may be a little bit of outdoor use here and there. We may be watering some trees or plants or whatever. But in the summer, we may be watering more. And so the cities had to upsize the pipes and the system to meet those peak needs. So those customers that drive the peak on the system then pay their proportional share. So, and then we have some customer costs. So this could be meter reading, this could be customer billing that are allocated on a per customer basis. So we do this for each of the costs. So we go through the line item budget and we ask, why did we incur this cost? Was it to meet an average day need or a commodity, a peak day need or capacity, or a customer related cost? And then we look at how each customer class uses the system for each of those components so that we can take the cost in each bucket and distribute it proportionally to each customer class. We do the same thing on the sewer side, but instead of average day and peak day, we think of it in terms of total volume. So what's that wastewater that's generated that goes to the plant? And the strength of the wastewater, or how nasty it is. The nastier it is, the harder it is to treat, the more chemicals it takes, the more time, effort, and cost associated with that we're trying to capture as part of this. And then we have the customer related. So very similar analyses, but these are based on industry standard approaches tailored to your system and characteristics, so we meet those requirements of Proposition 218. So when we come down to the bottom line on the cost of service, then we're going to look at each customer classes or rate schedules characteristics, so average day, peak day, wastewater volume generation, the strength of that wastewater, and distribute those costs appropriately. So this gets to your question, Mayor, of wait, you just showed me residential, are they paying it all? That's what this analysis is going to tell us. Is one customer class subsidizing another customer class? And that gets at the heart of that Proposition 218 process. So that first year is generally a reset year. And so this occurs with folks, whether you've done continual cost of service analyses or you've gone some time between them. Things change, even if it's a 5-year period. Some customers have moved on, different customers have come in. So we just need to make sure that things are balanced out from a proportionality perspective as part of that.
You brought up, okay, so we got residential and commercial. Prop 218 has to be 50+1 of residential and commercial.
Yep. And of all customers. So as we look at that cost of service slide, then what we'll come back to is what that overall adjustment is going to be as part of that. So right now, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, sewer's looking pretty straightforward from a cost of service perspective. So when we think about that, it's if the overall system needs to go up at 5%, all the customer groups look like they need to go up 5% based on those unit costs. Sewer's looking like that. Water, we're getting a little different picture. We're still working on that right now. Primary driver there is irrigation. So those irrigation customers hit the system fairly hard in the summer. That drives some significant costs as we go through that process. So when we come back, when we get to the schedule, early next year, we may have some recommendations on taking that into consideration and adjusting the rate schedules to reflect that. So as we go through this, then we develop the proposed rates based on the findings of the revenue requirement cost of service, so overall revenue needs and each customer group's revenue needs, based on any other rate design goals and objectives, and I'll just clarify that a little bit to say that we still need to stay within Proposition 218. But as we're looking at your overall goals, and I'll touch on those here in a slide, you know, are we meeting those? If not, we need to go back to the cost of service and rerun the cost of service to support those goals. That's really the key element here as part of this. Ultimately, those proposed rates provide sufficient revenues to meet those overall needs of the system in each customer class and are cost-based and proportional, what we really need to do for Prop 218. So when we think about our goals and objectives, it's revenue sufficiency and stability. So that's looking at how we're charging customers. Do we provide that revenue stability from year to year, from month to month, based on the rate structure or how you charge your customers? The rate study's looking at the sufficiency aspect, right? Our revenues set on a level that can adequately fund our expenses, both operating and capital. We also want them to be easy to understand and easy to administer. We don't want a rate structure that we can't explain to the public and that the public doesn't understand. We want to make sure that we're clear in how we're charging customers so they can deal with their overall approach to using water and sewer. We also may take into consideration affordability. Again, with Proposition 218, we cannot subsidize one customer class over another, but we can think about affordability in the terms of how we're structuring that rate design. We may have a conservation-based rate, but we always want them to be legally defendable, equitable, and non-discriminating, and that comes from developing that cost of service analysis. So on the water side, here's your current rate structure. Everybody pays a fixed charge based on their meter size. It's industry standard approach. That charge gets higher based on the larger meter size, based on the capacity or equivalency measures of that meter size. So a higher fixed cost associated with providing that level of service. And then we have a consumption charge. For single family, it's a tiered structure. The first 16 CCF or 100 cubic feet has a rate, and then everything over 16 has a slightly higher rate. All other customer classes pay a uniform rate, or the same rate per CCF regardless of how much they use. That's also fairly common as we go through this process. For single-family customers, we're fairly homogeneous, right? We all use water in our homes in a fairly similar manner. We cook, we clean, we shower, etc. It's that outside use that can be the differential. And so that's part of what we're looking at is the study, is evaluating if we should recommend or bring back to the council a 3-tiered rate structure. And what we're looking at right now is instead of 0 to 16 or 16 plus, we're looking at tiers of 0 to 15, 15 to 30, and over 30. And that's really based on how your customers use water. That first 15 CCF, or the 16 in place right now, really captures all of that indoor needs use, that winter use, plus whatever that little bit of extra is there that folks use over time. That next 15 up to that 30, that really drives that outdoor summer use need. So looking at how your customers use the water. We generally only do that for single family because on the commercial side, while they may use water in a similar manner, times and how overall, they use a lot different amount of water. So the office downtown maybe just has a sink and a toilet, but then the restaurant, the hotels use a lot more water as part of that. So we're trying to capture that as part of that. And so we're looking at the rate structure right now to see if are there any other alternatives that we want to bring forward for consideration by the council And tonight, looking to see, is there anything that you hear from customers that or impacts or approaches that you feel might be better or we can consider as part of this on the water side? And we'll do the same on sewer if you have any comments on the water rate structure.
In looking at the comparison chart that you had put going further
Yep.
down the road, most of those had a 3-tier type system, or at least
Not all of them.
not all of them.
A couple of them do. Santa Barbara has multiple tiers. Others have a uniform rate for their single-family customers as well. It really varies from utility to utility, but I would say a tiered structure is probably more prevalent than a non-tiered structure for single-family customers.
Okay.
Do you expect, if we go to the 3 rates that you talked about, that third rate would go up above the $4.05 substantially?
I wouldn't say substantially, but right now it's higher. But I wouldn't say it's substantially higher. We're not all the way through the analysis, so I don't want to throw a number out there.
Okay.
But it's higher than that, yes.
Well, also because of the drought situation,
Yes.
we don't want people using that much water. So if we charge them more, okay.
Yeah, what we're coming back to in the cost of service though is the cost of providing the water at that level. And that's the important component for Proposition 218 is, showing what the cost is to provide that water at that higher level. So it's additional capacity needs, additional pumping needs, et cetera. There's all those other costs that go into that to charge. So generally speaking, it does cost more. It's just what's that differential now between 3 tiers instead of 2 tiers.
Thank you.
So I will jump to this slide here. This gives you a good idea comparison. I think one thing that is slightly different for the city than the other folks in the area is the higher fixed charge component. So if you look at the first row below of 0 units, that means you're just being charged the monthly fixed charge. You're going to be on the higher end. And we have the current rate, we have that example rate from what I showed previously, and then we have some of the different agencies. Most of those agencies are in the $30 to $40 range before any water use. We're at $75. Now, that does address the overall goal of revenue stability. And that has probably helped you in the past during droughts, and it may help you in the future when you have a significant portion of your revenue being a monthly fixed charge as part of that component, because that revenue drop is not as steep then when people have to conserve, whether by state mandate or city request as part of that. When you get to that second bar, the middle bar, or the third bar, at 10 CCF a month, 10 units or CCF, or 20 units or CCF, you'll see you're very similar to many of your neighbors. There's a couple below, there's a couple above, there's a few that are significantly above as part of that. Now, this is not an apples to apples, and I only say that because we're looking at what your current costs are. Some of these agencies have a Prop 218 out there with multiple years, so Santa Barbara just adopted theirs last June for 3 more years, so their rates will continue to go up. And a couple of these others as well have multiple years of rates on the books as part of that. We also don't know how they're funding projects. Are they adequately funding renewal replacement, et cetera? Do they have a major wastewater treatment plant project coming up, right? Or they just did a major water project, and so that's why the rates have increased as part of this. But overall, very comparable to the other agencies.
You mentioned a 3-year plan. I thought, looking at some of the projections you had, we were looking at doing something like a 5-year plan?
It varies from agency to agency. Santa Barbara went with a 3-year. That was a change from some of their past practices. They have done 5 years in the past. Other agencies have done annual, where they have to go through a Prop 218 each year.
Wow.
So that's fairly time intensive, and there's a cost associated with that. So most utilities are, I would say, somewhere between, I'll go 2 to 5 year. just because some utilities don't wanna look too far down the road as far as locking in what that maximum rate is if they have something coming up that they know about. I'd say on average, most of my studies, I would say we're looking at a 5-year as part of that.
Thank you.
On the sewer side, then we have a fixed charge or a flat rate for our single family and multifamily. And then we also have that same charge plus a volumetric charge for commercial low and high strength. So remember before I talked about strength being one of those differentiators in allocating costs and determining the rates. That's reflected here as your typical commercial and industrial is paying $2.85 per CCF. But the high strength customers are paying $7.42 per CCF. That's based on the cost of treating that higher strength wastewater. So we're looking at that as well, making sure that relationship reflects the cost that you're incurring today as part of this. Now on the wastewater side, again, looks very comparable. If you compare what your current rate is, we're probably, if you put these in, rank them in order, lowest to highest, you're probably on the left side of that chart. But given the results of the revenue requirement, we know we're going out to the right, pushing to the right side here. But everybody on this chart, except for the city of Santa Barbara, has a flat rate for their single-family customers. Santa Barbara has a fixed charge plus a volumetric charge up to 10 CCF cap. So if you use up to 10, you pay a volumetric component. Over 10, you don't pay for 11 or 12 or whatever units that you use over that as part of that. So looking at this then combined, this combines the water and sewer. Then you can see what that looks like under each of those different agencies. And again, since we're fairly comparable, fairly similar rate structure to others, from the sewer side being a flat fixed charge, and then on the water side having some sort of tiered component to that. You can see right in line with everybody for that first year. Again, on the sewer side, that's gonna change, but again, there's other agencies that are going through a rate study right now, or have rates set going forward as part of this. So to wrap up for you this evening, I think we gained some feedback on the front end part, the capital funding and overall revenue adjustment needs. If there's anything on the customer classes of service or the rate schedules that you want us to think about, we'll take that information. We're gonna keep chugging along to finish up that technical analysis so that we can come back to you with some recommendations. We're thinking January, February timeframe for a workshop to go through those. And then in March, we'd come back with the final study recommendations. April, May timeframe, we'd have a public outreach meeting, and then June would be that public meeting, that protest meeting. And if there was not a majority protest, then we'd be looking for a recommendation of adoption of the rates going forward. And the rates being implemented in July of 2022, so the start of the fiscal year. So with that, I appreciate your time this evening, and I'll take any other final comments or input that you may have for us.
Could you go back to that last slide where you showed the calendar? On the June 22, so the Prop 218 hearing, is that something that we would be doing at our city council or a separate hearing?
I'm sorry, which date are you talking about?
In June 2022?
It would be probably as part of, it would be a public hearing scheduled at a council
At a
meeting.
council meeting, okay. Can you clarify, at least for me, on the page 1084, it's the local and regional residential combined bill comparison? Is that the water and sewer combination?
Yes. So that's combined single-family water and sewer bills. So it's the prior two charts combined together.
Okay.
Since most folks, and it depends on where you're at, some people it's the water bill, some people it's the sewer bill, but it's really the water and sewer bill as part of that. So we wanted to show what that combined would be.
And then the chart just before that, which is the local and regional sewer bill comparison, the proposed for Solvang is 4678. Is that what it was in the, I thought it was higher than that in the actual.
I was thinking, now that you say that, I believe you are correct. Should have been 5544 under that first scenario.
Okay.
So,
just wanted.
Yep. Got it.
Yeah, on 1083, the city of Solvang proposed should actually not be 4678, it should be that
5544.
44.
Yep.
Okay. It seemed, I was like, wow, I'm looking at that number, that's not too bad. That's not what I remembered. Okay. Thank you, Sean, appreciate that.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you. And are there any questions of the staff report? I think we kind of got ours answered as we were going. I appreciate you letting us do that. Are there any, I guess we want to take it out for public comment at this time. And I don't have any speaker slips on this particular one. So seeing anybody in the audience that would like to make any comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to Zoom. Is there anyone there, either on Zoom or on the phone? I can't, I'm not seeing anybody.
No comment.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Just double checking. Bringing it back for final council comments and a motion.
Are we actually just receiving a report, right?
We're just looking for general policy direction, so we've gotten some comments from you thus far, so
So just some
you can
general
provide
direction.
additional.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Read that wrong, sorry. All right, moving on to item number 8.
Mr. Mayor, we will have to make the 9:30 motion.
Yes. And Mr. Clark is not here to object. Can I have a motion to continue the meeting?
I'll make a motion to continue the meeting.
Do I have a second? Okay, roll call please.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Marona.
No.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Mayor Yurick.
Yes.
Passes 3-1.
All right, moving on to item number 8. Please read the agenda title. Madam Clerk, sorry. I didn't clarify.
Receive an update from IDK Events LLC, Cogs and Marble on Yule Fest program for 2021.
So the reason this item is in front of you is because we've brought to you kind of the ideas around Yule Fest program back in September, October timeframe. Both you as the council and the Tourism Advisory Committee had a chance to preview that conceptual presentation. Since then, IDK has worked on actually putting together a program that's going into effect fairly shortly here. So there's been some changes to where we want to make sure that what you see happening for the Yule Fest program is what you know will be happening. So it's both for you and anyone in the public, kind of providing you with an update of what's actually going to transpire. And with that, we have Scott Shoemake, I believe, with us on Zoom.
Hello. Thank you, Madam City Manager and Mayor. Thanks for having us. So in the interest of time, being as it's incredibly late, we will begin Yule Fest obviously this coming Friday, which we're very excited about. You should start to see, if you haven't noticed already, our crews out getting things decorated and brought together. So we officially kick off on Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. by decorating the tree and getting that all ready to roll. And then Saturday will be our first day with Santa in a gazebo. We're designing the gazebo in a way that will harken back to the old-fashioned Christmas sort of elements that you're familiar with, as we showed in the presentation. And then we're excited, going into the following week, we have the tree lighting ceremony will officially happen on that Friday evening. And then on Saturday morning, we've got the parade, and one of the things that we are changing is we'd like to use the parade route that we used for the 4th of July parade, or similar parade route to the 4th of July parade. Several reasons for that, but the simplest reason is that we'd like to sort of take advantage of the city's investment in the bollards as a traffic safety measure that exist in that footprint and don't necessarily exist on Mission. We think it will lead to, well, we don't think, we know it will lead to a safer and more controllable parade route. So that's one minor change for this year, but the parade sign-ups so far have been very, very solid. We're excited for the parade lineup, the tree lighting ceremony itself. I kind of breezed past that, but that too is shaping up to have a lot of the old favorites and some new folks as well. But we're very happy to be working with several locals, including John Martino on that. So we're excited about that. The Copenhagen experience, has changed a little bit. We're very hopeful that we could bring a multi-sensory night market out onto Copenhagen, utilizing a lot of the existing Solvang vendors or Solvang retailers. And we learned very quickly that for a host of reasons that wasn't going to work for many retailers that were struggling with staffing, or at the end of the day, it didn't make sense to move outside when we could instead direct them into their spaces, which we sort of knew that was a direction that we'd end up going. So what we've done instead on Copenhagen is we built these 4 really awesome, custom, very highly fabricated, Solvang specific experiences. We're very excited about those. One is centered around Hans Christian Andersen. Their Snow Queen. One is centered around Aurora Borealis. And then one is very centered around Huda. And then to round out those 4 built experiences, we've contracted a gentleman, I believe his name is Robert Dewey. I know Dewey's last name, I can't remember his first name. Dewey Robert, excuse me. He'll be out every evening, beginning the 3rd from 6 to 8 p.m. Singing on Copenhagen. We've got the Danish dancers that you're familiar with that are at Danish Days every year, led by, I believe his name is Dean. Those guys will be out there, so we're really excited about that. It's still going to be a fun and memorable nighttime experience on Copenhagen Street, so we're looking forward to that.
Scott, do you have a time frame on when those would be taking place?
Yep, from 6 to 8 p.m. on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, starting June 3rd, and going through the 1st. Sorry, I said June, I meant December, I'm sorry. So each Thursday, Friday, Saturday night from 6 to 8 p.m. So we're really excited about that. We think that it's in line with what we'd hoped to do on Copenhagen, but more realistic given many of the challenges that our retail partners still face. Working with the city manager on any commendations from the city for the tree lighting. We have carved out time for members of either the city council or the mayor to speak at the tree lighting. And all in all, it's going to be a fun, very traditional but exciting Christmas celebration in the Christmassiest town in America. So with that, the one thing that Zena mentioned on the phone late last week, and I saw on the agenda today, I think it's right after us, is what the chamber's doing. Fully support any additional color or any additional sound or elements of Yule Fest, and if the city council moves forward with that, I'm confident that we'll continue to create a well-rounded Yule Fest celebration for the entire town. So I'm very grateful and eager that to see what that comes what comes out of that by the chamber. I'm sure it'll be great.
Thank you. One last question. Did the tree lighting, the tree burn get moved?
We have been in contact, I'll have to take that back to my staff and ask somebody on my team is producing the calendar, the content calendar. And I asked that question as well because it felt early, but I think it's the way the calendar was laid out. But I don't actually know specifically if anybody on my team has been in touch with the fire department. As you know, that's not something we produce, it's just included in the calendar, like the nativity, and some of the other events that are just marketed, but not necessarily, produced by us.
Okay, thank you.
So we've been discussing that with staff, and we think that the 7th of January is definitely the better date to have that, especially since there needs to be the time to collect the trees.
Right, yeah, okay.
So confirming the parade does not go on mission?
That is what IDK is proposing.
That's correct.
It has in the past, is not this time.
Not this time. It'll be like what the 4th of July would be, going up Alisal to Copenhagen, down to Oak. Oak. Yeah. Does it go all the way over to Oak?
Second
Or
to Oak.
second to Oak? Okay. All right. Thank you, Scott. And in case any of you didn't know, he's on his honeymoon right now. So congratulations, Scott.
Thank you very much, I really do appreciate that.
No wonder you look so good.
And just, for anybody watching and for the council's edification, so we do have, we've purchased blocks of addresses from a local mail house there, and so resident notices will go out to everybody about the parade route, and then we'll utilize our visitor center staff to notify businesses within the TRC as well, just to make sure that everybody's in the loop about the closures. But that should be the only, and quite frankly, it affects less people with this new route. So we'll make sure though that everybody is aware of it, nobody's caught off guard. So that'll, we wanted to wait till this meeting, but those will start going out before Thanksgiving.
That would be great. I think a lot of the people will be happy that Mission Drive will stay open to allow for traffic to flow much cleaner. I know our police chief is appreciative of that. Are there any questions? Yep. Are there any questions of the staff report for Scott?
Nope, congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I hope everybody has a good evening. And
Thank you, Scott.
happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, you too. All right, moving on, there's no motion or anything, just updates, so moving on to item number 9. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the title?
Consider Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Program proposal for remainder of 2021.
So this item is on the agenda because the chamber has approached the city and has proposed some additional work scope under the umbrella of economic development proposal for the remainder of this year. You have the proposal included in your agenda starting on page 1090. It includes some of the items, for example, TV branding and marketing commercials that will be played on Key EYT, KKFX, and EYT. And then there's also some items proposing additions to Solvang as Christmas Village, which some of that will include additional proposals for carolers, entertainment, additional kind of mini events throughout the city. So I would say, I believe Tracy Beard is here to answer any questions or make a presentation. And I would just mention that as you consider this in generalities, if this moves forward, we'll definitely work with IDK to coordinate that these things complement each other.
That would be appropriate.
Very much so.
Thank you, Tracy.
Hello, and we have not talked to IDK yet, just because I sit on the TAC and from a third-party situation. We met with you, Mayor, and thank you for having us tonight. So what we want to propose is having a economic plan for how we see the city moving with Christmas. We feel we missed, we like to say, the Halloween, we missed the Fall Festival. You saw Cambria was doing a lot of commercials, pulled a lot of people away from us during the fall season. We know commercials are extremely important. Economically, you already see San Luis Obispo, Cambria are celebrating Christmas already and moving people to get there down to those areas or up to those areas, if you want to say, with the TV spots. And we know we ran commercials several years ago, and those commercials were very effective. They were also award-winning commercials to shop in the heart of the valley and shop in the heart and shop mingle jingle around Solvang. I think you have them like the little Wi-Fi's within the package. I do believe that. We don't need to show them. We worked with trying to make sure that we hit all the way to Los Angeles to San Francisco on KTT LX, on KAABC, KTV, and Fox 11, also down in Los Angeles. We created a small proposal, at the same time a large proposal, to try to make sure that we are hitting economically, because we know our chambers are receiving funding through the tourism committee. You see there's already, SLO has a buy $100, get a $25 gift card. We're not proposing that, but you already see it's happening within other communities. So we would like to strengthen the brand, working with IDK, working with the city to make sure economically we are hitting that right target base. And that right target base is over 45 years old. And we know they watch TV. They do not look on their phones. They do not look on their Instagrams. They're not out there doing what we like to call the hits that you're hearing all about all the time. They're definitely watching TV. The least amount of people that watch a TV commercial at any given time is 35,000. The most that watch it is 500,000. Down in Los Angeles is 1 million people. At one given time of 30 seconds. You're hitting your base and we're missing our base. And this year we know with everything that's happened economically, we need to look at life a little differently. So that's what we'd like to do, is propose to do some funding with some commercials for you, and also working to bring more music. I'm glad this is the first year we've had music on Copenhagen. I'm very happy. We've had music that the chambers paid year after year. The Santa Ynez Jazz, the school carolers that go for a 4-hour period on 3 Saturdays. This year we only really have 2 Saturdays to hit after we do the tree lighting. So we're very limited on our space this year of how our shoppers are going to be able to come out after that tree lighting ceremony. We only have 2 good weekends. And we really want to propose to have carolers, music, everything. And those people do need to be paid. Our schoolers are paid from that because they use that for their field trips. And so that was all we wanted to propose, and to make a more festive country atmosphere. We know our sister cities are doing it. We think Bealton hits it out of the ballpark amazing. And we also think that Los Olivos does a great job on their country Christmas. And we want to do something that's the same and work with IDK. But this was a really separate economic proposal that we gave you that has not been done, that comes from economic money, as every city is doing it. So very simple. I know it's late and try to get it covered in a few minutes, but we're proposing for $35,000 is what we would like to have. And that would also run into the month of January for Shop in the Heart of the Valley. So we would do a December segment and we would go into January, because we think economically we know it needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Does anyone have any questions of Tracy at this time?
I just wish that Scott had stayed online, because I'd like to know what his plan for marketing is, and whether that's not meeting the need that Tracy is bringing up, which is commercial advertising on
Well,
TV.
I did have an opportunity to speak with him before council, and he also said that whatever he was all for, he kind of saw what was going on there, and I know he could make that work.
Yeah, my question is more along that we paid IDK $300,000 for these and other things.
is any of that budgeted towards, you know, we know that he produced videos, are those videos gonna be broadcasted, or is it all doing just social media?
So my understanding is those are on social media and this is hitting TV. That's what their contract is for.
IDK's contract does not include any TV or radio commercials.
So it's not a duplication of services?
No, it is not a duplication of services, or I would not be here this evening, no. We felt this was a true economic that our sister organizations are doing up and down the coast. And we felt like during the fall, we got a little bit taken away from us, and we wanted to jump on it with you. And we would rebrand what we have and change out the commercials real quick, and we can do that. Working with, down with David Hefferman. So we can do that right down at Channel 3, and then we can blast them out to down to Los Angeles and up to San Francisco area.
Tracy, do you have a breakdown of the $35,000, what that is covering? How much is going towards the broadcasting versus how much is going towards the entertainment?
Probably just about $2,500 will go towards the entertainment. Broadcasting costs, I have it kind of here, a little bit more. We have a $5,800 package, that would be for 2 months in a row. For KEYT, by the time we do Fox, that would be $1,300, and that would be in our local area. When we do KFX, that would be $6,800 and $10,000 for the market up in, that would be up in the Monterey area. So we're looking at spending all of our, you know, money just about. Then plus on top of it, we would have to pay to reproduce a little bit of that editing of the commercial. Last time we did the commercial, it was $3,500 to edit, and we think we can do it a little bit cheaper on that. So we're right at our, we feel where we're at as our 35, and that's going into the 2 months. So that's just not for this month, that would be working in the heart of Solvang, shopping in the heart of Solvang. So holiday time we know is more expensive. Well, January we can get a little bit cheaper time.
All right. Do we have any other discussion? I don't have any speaker slips other than here was Tracy. Thank you, Tracy.
You're welcome.
So, is there any public comment? Either in-house or out on Zoom or phone? Seeing none, bringing it back for final comments and a motion.
I looked at some of the old ones that were linked in here, and I thought it was just really nice quality stuff. I think it's great, and I'll move that we approve.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Heurig,
Yes.
motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number, where am I at? 10. My eyes are blurry, sorry.
Thank you very much. Can I vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, please read item number 10.
Consider providing a contribution to Bethania Church for COVID-19 food distribution.
So this item is in front of you, per mayor request, and Pastor Chris requested the last council meeting where he spoke in public comment to consider whether the city would like to contribute any dollars towards the food distribution. I think the mayor provides all the numbers of the families and people that the Bethania Church serves on a weekly basis. And it's here in front of council for your consideration.
Thank you for the staff report. I brought it forward mainly because I wanted to see if there was still any funds available from last year that would be able to cover some emergency funding. And after getting this through and reading, it appears that we do not have any discretionary funds that we had in the past. So this would strictly be coming out of our general fund. And while I would like to have it come out that way, I'm not sure that we would be able to do that right now.
We just gave out a bunch of money here between a couple of different organizations.
Yep. This does not preclude anyone from helping out privately.
Some of us have already given and
Yep.
Okay,
continue
so,
to.
so we don't wanna give out, say, I don't know, $5,000 to help through the holiday season?
I know reading what he had proposed the last time, there's a number of workers that come from our restaurants, lower income. I do know that the Christmas basket program from the mission is also be providing food baskets and gifts for all the, I guess it would be the lower income families that they've been able to identify in the past 15 years that I'm aware of. It probably averages anywhere from 160 families to 180 families, of which that's about 800 people, family members. And that is right now presently being put together by Mission of St. Ines through their Christmas basket program. In the past, I know that the Salvation Army, which I was a chairman, we used to donate money, but we haven't had that rolling right now, so we're short funds there. We haven't put out any amount of money to try to even discuss, but is there any other discussion on that?
I mean, I would love for us to consider to pitch in, if not the 10,000 that we gave last time, but maybe 5,000, just because we don't know what the COVID situation is gonna look like once that the flu season kicks in. It seems kind of disingenuous that we're going yes to all of this marketing and all of these special events, and we are gonna say no to an organization that has been putting this together for almost 2 years now.
Any other discussion?
Public comment?
Yep, haven't got there yet. Just making sure. Nothing? No. All right. Take it out to public comment, and I know we don't have anybody in here, so we'll take it right out there, and I think I see Elizabeth.
Hi, okay, thank you, everybody. I know it's very late. I just want to thank you first for your consideration for your previous donation. Chris Brown could not be here tonight and asked me to be on in case you guys had questions. I guess what I would say is, I understand that there may not be the discretionary funds that there were before for this kind of relief. It's just unfortunate because we're not really, in some ways, we're dealing with a systemic problem that's not all COVID related. And I know Chris has given you guys all that information. I don't want to belabor that point, but we would just appreciate any donation. And we have gotten a lot from the community, and we've continued that outreach. So we're not really just coming to the city. We're kind of going to everybody we can go to, and we've had a lot of generous support. What we're finding is that people have come to depend on us, and partly it's not something that we have to work on how to change some big things in the way things work in our area. Housing costs are skyrocketing, food costs are skyrocketing, and so we'd love to kind of say, oh yeah, we're okay, we don't really need to be doing this anymore, but we do. And so we just thank you for your consideration for the previous donation, and if you can do anything, even a small amount, just helps us kind of keep going for another month, 2 months, as long as we can, to make sure that we can take care of these people who have come to depend on us.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And again, we appreciate all the work that you guys do over there at Bethania.
I would make a motion that we approve $2,500 for the food bank.
There's still someone that would like to talk.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Did not see that. Is that Hank?
So I'm on the phone, Hank Humbert. At the last council meeting, November 8th, Reverend Brown addressed the council along with Ed Skit, who's a local hotelier, to ask our small municipality of 6,000 residents to give taxpayer funds to provide more support for the food distribution program that seems to have no end and continues to subsidize people from out of our city area as well. The issue of food insecurity is a social welfare issue that's addressed from the above-mentioned federal and state levels. In fact, the state of California is encouraging residents to apply and increase their issued food debit card limits. So, meanwhile, virtually every small business in town has a help wanted sign displayed in their windows. And you can walk through downtown and you can ask the people who own the businesses and they'll tell you. It's a systemic problem with a lot of people that are in town that are basically low-wage employers. They're not paying a living wage to their employees here. And that's a problem that is systemic, but it's not a problem that we should be dealing with to subsidize these low-wage employers by paying for food for their employees. I have a friend who owns a restaurant in town, and he has to pay his lowest wage earner $20 an hour just to keep his restaurant open. He also provides monthly bonuses to all his employees, from the dishwasher all the way to the chef, because if he doesn't, he's going to lose his employees, and he doesn't want them sitting at home collecting a check or not working. He needs to have his business open. So I would encourage all these low-wage employers in Solvang to start looking at maybe upping the wage so there won't be an issue of food insecurity, and that the city doesn't get into the social welfare program like the city of Santa Barbara, who writes a check for the last 30 years to Homeless Inc., and Homeless Inc. just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So San Luis Obispo got sucked into it too, and it was all based on good intentions from the local church organizations, but it just snowballed, because if you feed people, they will come. If you build subsidized housing, they will come. You know, where does this government aid stop? And like I said, we're a city of 6,000 residents, and I talked to Chris personally after he made Reverend Brown, after he made his request last week, and he said, hey Hank, I just want to be clear that I'm just asking for any FEMA funds, if there's any FEMA funds left from when they originally gave us the money, and that was back when the Trump administration was in office. So apparently, according to Zena, there's no more FEMA funds available. Well, there's still a lot of people that are donating right now. But again, the city of Solvang has plenty of financial liabilities and requests. Let's focus on running the city in a fiscally sound manner versus jumping into the realms of social welfare. You know, we had a sobering presentation tonight on the wastewater and water infrastructure costs. When that comes, we might need more food insecurity issues, but you know, that's not our job. That's not what we're here for. We're here for infrastructure, for roads that need repaving, for CalPERS liabilities, for sheriff contracts, for the fire contract coming up, tourism promotion, which was just asked for $30,000, Parks and Rec. Those are all the things that you guys are in charge of, not social welfare. So in closing, I know it's late. I'd like to urge you to focus on our current liabilities and fiscal responsibilities before supporting funds to an already supported program that has no sunset clause. When is this going to end? You know? So if we're going to get into the free food business, it'll never end. I'll tell you that right now. Having worked and lived in Santa Barbara for 30 years, there's no end to it. So again, I appreciate what
what Reverend Brown's doing. I understand he's a church organization, that's what they do outreach. But hey, let's ask the businesses, the banks, the Alisal Ranch, let's ask those people to start paying more of their employees and maybe even giving money for this food program, but not the taxpayers through the city of Solvang. I just don't think that's fair for a town of 600,000 or 6,000 residents. I appreciate your time. It's been a late night. I hope you guys have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Hank. Appreciate the comments.
I again request that we approve $2,500 for the food bank that Bethania Church is asking for, and also then request that any additional funds come through the regular process next year when we're looking at charitable donations.
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Marona.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Mayor Yurick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Moving on to item number 11.
Approve bocce ball project waiver of parking in lieu. By motion, A, that the city council review the site plan for the bocce ball temporary conditional use permit and affirm planning director's grant of a reduction in on-site parking of 2 spaces as allowed in the urgency ordinance, and grant a waiver of additional parking spaces as allowed per section 11-11-9D of the City of Solvang zoning ordinance, or alternative, do not approve the parking waiver, fee waiver, or provide only partial waiver through fee reduction. B, that the city manager be authorized and directed to advise ABC and any other agency with jurisdiction that the city supports and has approved the use of this vacant lot for an amusement enterprise in an outdoor setting.
Thank you. So the city clerk has just read the recommendations. The slide here, if we can get it up, shows the depiction of the proposed project. This project proposal is at the Atterdag Square, so it's where the vacant lot is right now, where previously there's been an expansion of the hotel project approved, but that's currently on hold. So the restaurant that's across the street there, I believe it's Clean Slate is the name of it, is proposing to basically construct temporary project for 2 years with 3 different courts, bocce courts, and also have some sitting area and wine bar, which actually would be their produced wine that they would be selling there. So this project has been to both the DRC and the Planning Commission. Both the DRC and the Planning Commission have approved this to move forward. And the Planning Commission had made recommendation for City Council to potentially waive the parking requirements. Waiver of the parking requirements beyond the 2 spaces would be within City Council's discretion. The total number of parking spaces that would be required just based on calculation of the applicable ordinances would be 37 parking spaces. So 37 times the current parking in lieu fee, which is $12,376 per space, would result in a payment of $457,912. So given that this is only a temporary 2-year project, we feel that this is a good use for the TRC. It adds additional activity for both locals and tourists to enjoy. We believe that majority of the people that would be using that space would already be there and parked and in town, so we don't feel that that's an extreme impact. And also for a 2-year project, the fee would definitely make this project be not feasible to move forward. So the recommendation from staff is to waive those parking and lieu fees.
All right. Are there any questions or comments of the council at this time?
Yeah, I have a question. Are the renderings, the way that they're shown, is that set in stone or are they just conceptual?
That is what has been presented to both the design review committee and the planning commission, so the project has been approved in this, with this renderings.
Okay. My only concern with it, I think it's a great idea. The lot is standing there empty, so this is, it has something else to do. I would just be concerned if the restaurant across the street, the Silk Road, the Mediterranean Cafe, are they aware of this going on? Because I know that they complain about the lack of visibility in their area and the patio stretching so far into the sidewalk that just kind of affects the visibility even more.
It is my understanding that they are aware and that the applicant has worked with all of the restaurants in that courtyard, and they would actually allow the service of the food from all those restaurants on this property.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my understanding, that,
Yeah,
have a little,
it'd be beneficial for everybody in that courtyard.
yeah,
The wine, the food and everything else, and it gets rid of an ugly empty lot. And I even heard that Planning and Rec would
she's looking to do a league.
have a bocce court league there.
Right.
So, and I was willing to sign up.
Well, right now, they're currently, the league itself, just as extra information, because I had spoken with Recreation about it, they are currently at the Elisol, where there's only 2 courts.
Right.
The restaurant has been closed, and the bathrooms are not always open, so this is over at the Elisol Grill area. But with these having 3 courts, the restrooms would be able to be utilized by the wine tasting rooms, Lost Chords on the one side, and I'm drawing a blank right now on the other side, but they would have the restaurant available for food, and then restrooms available, and with 3 courts, they could pretty much, her intent was to be able to not have everyone be down at one spot, and they haven't been able to expand the league, so they would be able to get more participants to be able to part of Pachi League if they added 3 more courts, because they would still utilize the 2 down at the Elisol and just switch back and forth whenever the days and the nights would work, so they could add more nights and allow for more participation, which is a good thing.
I've talked to Jenny.
Anyway.
I have a question to staff regarding the X-type container that is gonna be used for the wine bar. I see that it has kind of a window that opens and seating on a counter. Is that consistent with what we're allowed to do? Because my understanding is that, it's just unusual. Is that consistent with what we're allowed to do in the city?
There were some comments from the DRC that it's somewhat inconsistent, just in terms of materials, but they did move forward with it and approve it unanimously, as it was a 2-year project and they were overall satisfied with overall look of project and the design.
I think it's more just because it's more temporary,
Yeah.
or a temporary facility as opposed to one that's.
They don't want to spend a lot of money right up front.
Yeah. Kind of a cool thought. You could have another one right next to it that becomes a pool. They do those sea containers for pools now too. Anyway, that's right.
Well,
Any other thoughts?
Lori?
Lori?
We have public comment. Lori, would you like to say or have any comments for us?
Yes, Lori Tamara, contract planner for the city of Solvang. I just wanted to point out 2 items. The illustration that was presented on the screen was the original submittal for both the DRC and the Planning Commission. The DRC was concerned about how the fence line basically was illustrated to be abutting up against the street and had limited access along the sidewalk. And so as we went to the Planning Commission, there was a revised illustration that brought in, moved the fence away from the roadway, provided access outside of the fence, and gave additional landscaping around the fence so as to provide some amenities in the area. So I believe both the DRC and the Planning Commission's desires were met with the revised site plan right there at that bend at Edderbeck. The Planning Commission also required that additional bathrooms be provided within the facility, temporary bathrooms, even though there is ability for all of the restaurants in that courtyard to provide restrooms when people order food from the different areas and bring them into this fenced area. And there was some comments in regards to the wine tasting area, and because of its temporary nature, they were comfortable, both the DRC and the Planning Commission. So the conditions are for 2 years. We will monitor it, and when they come back for consideration for a time extension if needed, or we'll take a look again at how the activities have occurred on the site. Of course, the Edderbeck Inn permit is still good, and you know, the other option is that the hotel will be built in this interim. So we think this is a good opportunity to take advantage of that vacant lot for the interim, and we recommend waiver of the fees or parking for this operation.
I think your cat wants your attention, Lori.
Thank you, Lori.
Yeah, the changes are shown on page 1111 that she was referring to, that makes it open up a little bit more. So, anyway.
Is there any other discussion? That was final comments. We have a motion?
Well, in regard to the parking fees, we desperately need to work on more parking. It's always a concern, but I feel like it's appropriate that because it's a temporary project that, you know, we waive the
I was on the
fees.
BAR at the time that they came in and proposed the extension to the hotel, which would be in this lot when they finally get to it, and they were gonna go underground parking and do a lot of other stuff. So that will change over time, but in the meantime, for the few people that are gonna be there, they're right next to a parking lot. So I have no problem with approving this.
Okay.
So I'll move we approve.
And I'll second it.
We have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Morona.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
All right, moving on to item number 12. Madam Clerk, would you please read that into the agenda?
Adopt resolution number 211151, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Solvang, California, providing input to the County of Santa Barbara Redistricting Commission regarding the designation of district boundaries.
So this item was continued from the last council meeting. As you would recall, there was an internet interruption, which was actually not our local city interruption, but a more global regional interruption. So this item was moved to tonight's agenda. This item proposes a resolution for consideration of the City Council to provide input to the County of Santa Barbara on their redistricting boundaries process. The county has been engaging in the redistricting efforts, and cities are considering throughout the Santa Barbara County and bringing this to councils, whether there is any input that councils want to provide into this process to the county as a collective. So for our specific item, the three prongs that were suggested as part of this report was to have a resolution that would support that cities and communities sharing common interests should be represented as communities of interest, that the entire Santa Ynez Valley should be represented together, including the Lake Cachuma watershed, and that cities should not be divided into two districts.
the city should not be divided into two districts?
Yes,
I'm not sure that's possible.
it may not be possible, especially with the city of Santa Maria being the largest. But to the extent possible, so this is just input to the county for them to consider, so these are kind of policy, philosophical considerations.
So I think they're meeting tonight, and they're coming up with five project, or 5 maps that they'll make a final decision on, is that correct?
That is what I see as, in fact, they already met on November 22nd at 6 p.m. was that meeting, so yes, the timing is a little bit behind. So on December 1st at 6, they will identify a preferred map. There will be direction on map, if any, and then on December 8th, they will be adopting the map.
So at this point, do we have a particular map that we feel represents us better, or is it what we're discussing?
Well, we haven't seen the map that the district's going, or that they're going to come out with. They're going to come out with, I think, 5 maps, correct?
Well, there's a...
So I would think we ought to wait and see what those maps are before we make a recommendation.
So I think the way that this item is structured is that there is a resolution that would then authorize the mayor, mayor pro tem, or city manager to engage in communications with the county to provide them with sort of overall policy philosophical direction that the city council would like to see included. I think at this point with where they are tonight, they have already selected some 5 maps. So those will be the limitations of any of future input. You basically will be working with the 5 maps that are selected and potentially making any comment on December 1st in terms of selecting the 1 map. So we're a little bit towards the end of this process for this item.
I think the resolution is fine as long as we have input. Once we see the 5 maps, I'd like to have it come back up and give input to what we think is the best of the 5, if that's possible. Or if that would even make a difference. I don't know if the redistricting board would see that or not.
Well, I think you as individual council members can definitely also participate on December 1st and provide comment. This resolution was really meant to be kind of a tool to provide your combined opinion through the mayor or mayor pro tem or city manager into that process.
I would do what you guys suggest.
Okay, well...
Make it that simple.
In my experience as a Valley resident, on the one hand, a lot of people have a problem with lumping us with IV, which has a very high concentration. And first of all, I think that the Valley should be all as a whole, we shouldn't be broken into. We have very particular needs that we need represented. Some of the maps show that the Valley is going to be lumped with other areas of the county. The problem when you lump us with some of Santa Maria, some of Orcutt, or a lot of Lompoc is that it's very likely that we'll end up with representation that does not live in the Valley, that is more in line with other other populations. So we don't want to be in a place where we lose at a chance of being represented by somebody that lives here and understands the Valley because they come from other areas in the other more highly populated areas where there are people that are more likely to run.
I think that's what this says, isn't it? Basically, we're agreeing that the city should, if you get down to the specifics, section 1, or section 2. The entire San Ynez Valley should be represented together, including Lake Cachuma watershed. And that's all it really, and the cities within Santa Barbara should be considered as communities of interest. That's it. That's all there is that I see in this that's of any significance. And then it says, the mayor, mayor pro tem, or the city manager can make this point for the city. So, okay, I agree.
Yeah, I do too, but individually, obviously, we'll have our input too. I can't support a district boundary that requires a supervisor to drive 130 miles through 2 counties to meet with his constituents, and that's the way that was set up initially to keep Isla Vista in the 3rd district 4 years ago. So I'll certainly go with the resolution. I'll probably have a lot more to say about it once we see what the 5 maps are.
So is there a motion to approve resolution?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the resolution.
Actually, public comment, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I had a letter that we received.
Oh, from
That was from
yeah.
Lansing Duncan. He's at the meeting tonight in lieu of us. So he's the only comment that I saw. Made some good points related to Solvang and our representation.
Yeah, he was picking, he even suggested certain maps were the right ones, and that's not what this resolution is. The resolution says keep us together, not a specific map, and then I like Jim's comment that when we see the 5 maps.
We see what they are.
Well, the maps are up, right here, we can look at them right now.
Not the 5 they're choosing.
No, there's like, what, 8 or 10, well, not hundreds, but maybe 10 maps. What's interesting is that, you know, they kind of keep they keep the valley together, most of them, but what changes is whether they put you on District 4 or they put you in District 3, and also based on that, you would be saying, oh, that certain city should be divided another way.
You know, some of the maps, you know, have Lompoc as a whole city, and other maps have Lompoc cut in half.
Right.
So there's so many varieties, and the same thing with Santa Maria, that it's really hard to, from my perspective, to say, you know, comment to us, see what those maps are that will be will be used to choose the final district.
Yeah. How do we feel about the maps the way they are? Because I think it would be easier to say, hey, we're happy with how the district is structured right now, so we should not deviate from it. I just think it's important to bring these up before one of us goes up there and says, hey, you know, Solvang stands for this, and later we find out, no, that's not true.
Well, I think the resolution speaks to that, and I approve and would recommend we approve the resolution. And then when we see what the 5 maps are, we can individually get involved if we choose to make our
I agree.
opinions
For
known.
tonight, that's all we're doing is saying we want to keep the area together. We're not picking a map.
Agreed.
So I'll second your motion.
I would mention that there's one member of the public on Zoom.
It's interesting, Pedro Garcia still seems to be here. He was here for the GSP, I'm pretty sure, because he's one of the representatives that we hear from all the time on the committee.
And it looks like he's not making a public comment.
Yeah.
I don't see any public comment again, other than what we all received from Lansing.
So I believe there was a motion and a...
We had a second, and we take a roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Councilmember Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Did we make the decision on who's gonna be that person? I guess.
The resolution says mayor, mayor pro tem, or city manager. So mayor, you may delegate as appropriate.
All right,
Somebody.
all right. Moving on. Number 13. Yeah. Item number 13, Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Approve Amendment 3 to the agreement with Meridian Consultants LLC and Amendment 3 with GSI Water Solutions for professional services to prepare an EIR addendum as ordered by the hearing officer for the City of Solvang River Wells petition with the State of California Water Resource Control Board, and authorize the city manager to execute the amendments in the amount of $14,000 with Meridian and $60,000 with GSI.
So thank you. That is essentially the recommendation. Reason this is here in front of you today because the contracts are above and beyond with these amendments of what's within my purchasing authority. To give you a little bit of background, is that the city originally submitted a petition to SWRCB in 2015 for River Wells project. At that time it was 6 wells. 4 parties had protested, and the city amended its petition, reducing its request to the 2 wells and 1,360 acre-feet per year on September 2nd, which was the latest in the process that's driving this. On September 2nd of 2021, as WRCB Administrative Hearing Officer identified several planning hearing issues that required additional technical analysis on the current environmental conditions. In order for us to be able to comply with those additional requirements from the hearing officer, we do have to engage these consultants who are the experts in those fields to assist the city with preparation of EIR addendum. So the recommendation is that the city council do approve these contract amendments and the budget adjustments, which would be coming from the water fund balance in the amount of $74,000.
Are there any questions of the staff report?
I do have a question. So are the findings of these particular project consistent with what the GSAs are suggesting we do?
The river wells that would potentially be planned in the future, yes, we would align that with the groundwater sustainability plan. The restrictions on these river wells are quiet. There's a lot of monitoring based on the disputes from also Range 81, Caltrout, and the National Marine Fisheries Services. There's quite a few very stringent requirements in this process for those wells.
And
time sensitive too.
The consultants that have been with the GSA all the time, that we listen to constantly, that are very knowledgeable, is GSI. So one of these 2 organizations is the same set of consultants that's setting up the GSP and looking at all the comments. So yeah, they're gonna work together.
Okay, great.
Are there any other questions? No. Appreciate all the work they do. My gosh. Like I said, you get blurry-eyed reading all this stuff. It's amazing all the things that they have to do to provide for our city to be able to just get water.
Public comment?
Don't see any public out there anymore, other than Mr. P. Garcia. And no comment at this point, so bringing it back for final.
I'll move that we approve the contract extensions.
I'll second it.
Madam Clerk, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark, absent. Councilmember Infante.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Marona.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Mayor Urich.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Well, I think we've almost come to the end of our meeting. I don't think we have any AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports. And is there any final council comments? Go ahead.
I do have a comment. I think there is a serious disconnect with what our marketing consultant is being asked to do versus what we need to do, what we need as a city. I was hopeful that with the introduction of the Tourist Advisory Committee, they'd be able to give some direction and say, hey, this is what needs to happen. I think definitely TV commercials and more entertainment falls along the lines of what they should be working on. I understand that, you know, there can be some collaboration, maybe not everything is gonna come from the same program, but I do think that there's a disconnect, so I hope that we think about making sure that we bring those things that IDK might be falling short on with the upcoming request for proposals.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that's not in their contract.
Okay, but, yeah, but I think that it should be.
Okay, so the next.
Yeah, so
the
it
next
might not be
contract-
under contract, so it might, you know, maybe they're not doing it because we're not, you know, we didn't tell them to do it.
Right,
But I think moving forward, it should definitely be a consideration.
I don't have a problem with that, but right now, it's not in their contract.
Okay.
Yeah. And just going forward, according to your city manager report to us, trying to get the calendars consolidated so there's better communication to the people that just can go one place and find out everything that's going on, at least with what we have going and stuff like that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're working on that. We'll update the really simple calendar that's on our website that lists all the council meetings and whatnot. We'll just add all the events to that, but going forward, we'll also work on a little bit more graphic type of presentation. It'll be a little bit more eye-catchy.
Yeah, I will say, you know, people can sign up for the news flash. That's one thing that people always say, oh, I didn't know about this. And then, you know, they can go and sign up for it. I get the news flash and it's not, it's kind of hard to read. Maybe people are expecting more like a newsletter type thing where they get links that they can click that will take them to that information. So maybe, you know, coming up, we can think about that, maybe put it, rather than having a news flash that people can request, just having a newsletter that goes out and kind of brings up, if not everything, most of the things that people are interested in.
All right, thank you. Any final comments? Any last comments? Otherwise, I will thank you all for your attendance here tonight, and again, wishing Robert's son a happy 21st birthday. We are adjourned at 10:35.